For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Fuji Vintage GP has tight corners and quick turns, so a car that can swiftly navigate through those curves would excel. Top speed is nice, but if the car can't stick to the track and maneuver well, it won't matter how fast it can go in a straight line. So, precision and responsiveness are the keys here. Hey there, deplorably Apple. Welcome back to the chaos of our AI car races. Glad to see you've returned just in time for the fun. Welcome back, Iceberg 42. Glad to see you've returned to the chaos. Hope you're ready to see some seriously fast cars and maybe a few crashes along the way. Hey Shivakali 704, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you're back in the driver's seat. Hope you're ready to watch some high-speed chaos with these AI cars. Sit back and enjoy the show. Wow, that sounds like a serious upgrade for all the racing fans out here. Custom career mode? That's like adding a whole new level of excitement to these AI races. If you want the inside scoop or want to get involved, make sure to check out the Discord or just type !Carry Rap right here in chat. Don't miss out on the chance to take your virtual racing experience to the next level. Hey everyone! The countdown is almost finished, so make your choices now. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI car takes the lead. Hurry up or you'll be stuck watching whatever's left. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. Deplorable with a Honda Accord from 2007. That's a reliable old-timer. Probably has some hidden agility. But then we have Owen Storm with a Lada 110S. The underdog that might surprise us if it can handle the vintage twisty tracks at Fuji. It's literally a battle of the underdogs with a very nostalgic touch. My money's on the Honda just because it's known for steady performance. But don't count out the Lada for a chaotic, possibly amusing upset. I think it'll come down to how well each driver's AI can handle those tricky corners. Stay tuned. This could get interesting. Alright everyone, big shout out to Shivakai704 for this race idea. The race is kicking off now at Fuji Vintage GP, and leading the pack on pole is Lian Yashin in a 2008 Toyota Corolla from the WTC class. Let's see how she does. Ovidus has shot off the line and taken the lead. Lian Yashin is right behind in second place, and Eliazesk is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. Henfatig is making a move and now in 8th place. Shotskis is climbing fast and now in 14. Ilyazisk is still leading, gaining 2 spots to hold the top position. Lian Yashin is climbing to 2nd place. Iyu, Ovidus and Lian are nose to nose for that spot. Shivikaila 104 is making a move to 4. Amy just made a bold move to 4th place. Shivakali 704 and Amy are nose to tail fighting for that same position. Deplorablepel is climbing steadily, now in 8th. H2Dovaya and Deplorablepel are nose to tail for 7th place. Amy just overtook someone to move into 3rd. Shivikaila 704 is holding off Ovidus for 4th place. Deplorablepel and Scuderia Veloce are still neck and neck for 6th. H2 Hova and Deplorablepel are battling it out for 7th. Shivikaila 704 is just ahead of Ovidus in 4th place. Deplorablepel and Scuderia Veloce are still neck and neck for 6th. New for Life and Alwyn Storm are fighting hard for 12th. Ovidus and Amy are neck and neck for 3rd place. Scuderia Veloce and Shivikaila 704 are locked in a fierce fight for 5th. H2 Hove is climbing up 1 spot to 7th. H2 Hove and Scuderia Veloce are battling hard for 6th. Amy is slicing through the gap on Lian Yashin, now just a second behind. Shivikaila 704 has climbed 1 spot to take 4th place. Ovidus and Shivikaila 704 are nose to nose in a fierce fight for 4th. Iceberg 42 is driving a 2008 Toyota Corolla. Looks like they're stuck in the back, probably just trying to stay out of trouble and hope for some chaos ahead. Shivikaila 704 and Amy are nose to tail for 3rd place. Scuderia Veloce and Ovidus are locked in a fierce fight for 5th. Deplorablepel just nudged into 7th and is eyeing 6th. Deplorablepel and Scuderia Veloce are battling hard for 6th. Shivikaila 704 is climbing to 3rd place. Scuderia Veloce is also moving up to 5th. Ovidus and Scuderia Veloce are nose to nose for 5th. Ovidus and Scuderia Veloce are neck and neck for 5th place. No Move for Life and Titus 61 are fighting hard for 10th. Hingle Kringleberry and Alwyn Storm are locked in a close scrap for 13th. Shivikaila 104 is closing in on Lian Yashin, chipping away at the gap by 1.2 seconds. Ovidus has climbed 1 spot to take 5th place. The battle between Ovidus and Amy for 4th place is getting intense, with both pushing hard. Shivikaila 704 is making a move up to 2nd place. Ovidus is climbing to 4th. H2 Hova inching into the top 10. Lian Yashin just overtook someone to take second place. Shivikali 704 and Lian Yashin are nose to nose for second. I'm climbing up to 7th place, making moves. Shivikaitism 104 just overtook someone to take second place. Shivikaitism 4 and Eliaseska nose to nose for the lead. Deplorably Apple gained 2 spots and is now in 6th. Deplorably Apple and Amy are battling closely for 5th. Amy just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Scuderia Veloce is closing in on Amy, and they are now battling for the 4th spot. Meanwhile, the leader is pulling away at the front. Shivikali 704 and Eliasesk are nose to nose for 1st place. Scuderia Veloce just gained 1 spot and is now in 4th. Amy and Scuderia Veloce are locked in a close fight for 4th. Shivikali's 104 is now in 1st place. Amy has climbed to 4th. Ovidus has moved up to 6th. Deplorably Apple and Ovidus are nose to tail for 6th place. Maya and New for Life are locked in a fierce scrap for 8th. Deplorably Apple and Ovidus are nose to tail for 6th place. Maya just snuck into 8th, inching closer to Move for Life. Looks like a fun little scrap for those spots. Eliasesk is gaining on Shivikali 704, closing the gap by a full second. Deplorably Apple and Ovidus are nose to tail for 6th place. No for Life and I are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Eliasesk is driving a 2008 Toyota Corolla. They're holding 2nd place and have the 3rd fastest lap time, so their race looks steady, but not quite enough to catch the leader. New for Life just sliced through 3 cars to grab the 6th spot. Ovidus and New for Life are nose to tail fighting for 6th place. H2 Hova and I are locked in a close duel for 9th. Mr. Rush is driving a Peugeot 47 from 27. He's currently in the middle of the pack, in the 17th place, with the fastest lap of 1 minute 58 seconds. Looks like he's holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Maya is closing in on the racer ahead. Looks like a move might be coming soon. Deplorably Apple is trying to hold the line, but the pressure is mounting. Henfatig and Taita 61 are nose to tail. This could go either way. Lian Yashin is now in 2nd place. Eliasesk and Lian Yashin are nose to nose for 2nd. Deplorably Apple has climbed to 7th. Ilyazisk is holding on to 2nd place, but Lee and Yashin is right on their tail. Ovidos and Deplorable are still neck and neck for 7th. Iceberg 42 and Henfatig are battling it out for 12th. Woe for Life just overtook someone to take 5th place. Scuderia Veloce and Woe for Life are still neck and neck for 5th. Ovidos is climbing up to 7th. New for Life is closing in on Amy quickly. The gap shrinks by over a second. Mr. Roche has climbed 1 spot to 15th. Chotskis and Mr. Roche are nose to nose for 15th place. Deplorable is driving a 2007 Honda Accord, starting from 10th place. Their fastest lap is just over 1:58.3. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Maya is climbing up to 8th place now. Mr. Rush is catching up, moving into 15th. Lian Yashin is closing in on Shivakaila 704, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Iceberg 42 is climbing up 1 spot to take the 11th position. Tete 61 and Iceberg 42 are locked in a tight battle for 11th place. Maya and Ovidos are nose to tail for 7th place. Mr. Roche and Alwyn Storm are locked in a fierce fight for 14th. Shotsky has just gained 1 position and is now 16th. Ingo McCringleberry is on a roll, climbing up to 14th place. Mai is having a rough patch, dropping 10 spots to 18. Deplorably Apple is inching forward to 8th place. Chibakali 704 is leading and setting the pace with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control so far. The track's tight corners seem to favor the Toyota Corollas with quick lap times, while the longer straights are letting the BMWs and Peugeots close in. New for Life is trying to hold off Amy for 4th place. Iceberg 42 is closing in on H2 Hove for 9th. Things are heating up in the mid-pack. Iceberg 42 just gained a spot and is now in 8th place. Deplorably Apple is right behind, so this battle is about to get interesting. H2 Hove just overtook Iceberg 42 and is now in 9th place. Iceberg 42 is not giving up easily, still right behind. Looks like a close fight for that 9th spot. Iceberg 42 is climbing up to 8th place. Deplorable and H2 Hovia are locked in a fierce duel for 9. T261 is narrowing the gap to Deplorable by 2.2 seconds. Things are heating up. Deplorable and H2 Hova are neck and neck for 9th place. Henfatig is climbing up 1 spot to take 11th. Henfatig and Deplorable are fighting hard for 10th. Deplorable advances to 9th place. TT61 climbs to 11. Henfatig and TT61 are nose to tail for 11. Move for Life is trying to hold off Amy for 4th place. Henfatig and TT61 are nose to tail for 11. The tension is thick in the midfield. H2 Hove and Deplorable Apple are nose to nose for 9th place. Henfatig is climbing up 1 spot to 11. TT61 and Henfatig are locked in a close fight for 11th. H2 Hove is climbing up to 9th place. Deplorably Apple and H2 Hove are neck and neck for 9th. TT61 and Henfatig are fighting for 11th. TT61 and Henfatig are nose to tail for 11th place. Mr. Roche is climbing 2 spots to 13th. Hingle McCringleberry and Mr. Roche are locked in a close fight for the same position. New Life just overtook someone to climb into 4th place. TT61 and Henfatig are nose to nose for 11th. Mr. Roche is inching closer to TT61, closing the gap by a second and a tenth. New for Life is gaining on Iliasesk, closing the gap to just over a second and a half. TT61 and Henfatig are nose to nose for 11th place. Sotsfired is creeping up on me, trimming the distance by a second and a third. No even Low for Life just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Amy is right behind in 4th. Ovidus is climbing fast, now in 5th after moving up 2 spots. Atchatu Hovie is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 7. Iceberg 42 and Ovidus are locked in a close fight for 5th. Deplorably Apple just nudged up 1 position to 8. Wolf for Life is chipping away at Leon Yashin's lead, closing in by 1.4 seconds. Iceberg 42 is climbing up to 5th place. Alwyn Storm is making a move, now in 14th place. Ovidus is dropping back to 13th place. Vanone 1857 is closing in on Scuderia Veloce, closing the gap by over 12 seconds. New for Life is gaining on Leon Yashin, narrowing the distance by almost 2 seconds. Shotskis is climbing up to 13th place. Eliasesk is now in 14. Scuderia Veloce is knocking on 15. Looks like everyone's on the move. Shotskis is driving a 2008 Volvo S60. They're currently in the 13th place, with a best lap time of 1:58.864. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. Hingle McCringleberry is chipping away at Mr. Roche's lead, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. I wonder if he's got a secret weapon. Maya has climbed 1 spot and is now in 18th place. Looks like the race is heating up. Shotskis is on a tier up front, climbing 11 places to second. Ilyazesk is right behind, also gaining 11 spots to third. Mr. Roche is making a move, overtaking 5 cars to sit in fifth. Welcome back, Forsingo. Glad to see you return. Hope you're ready to witness some epic AI car races. Buckle up and enjoy the ride. Scuderia Veloce is charging through the field, now in 4th place. Henfatig is climbing fast, now in 8th. Deplorable is also making moves, now in 9th. Looks like a busy race behind the leaders. Kitty 61 and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-nose for the 13th spot. Pippi Langstrom is sneaking up to 16th. Zots Fired is gaining on Ovidus, closing the gap by a whole 1.2 seconds. New for Life is climbing to the 13th place. Pippi Langstrom is closing in on tied to 61, the gap shrinking by almost 2 seconds. Pippi Langstrom and tied to 61 are locked in a fierce fight for 15. New Life is gaining on Iceberg 42, closing the gap by a second. 1. Tied to 61 is climbing up to 14th place. Ilyazesk is climbing up to 2nd place. Maya is closing in on Von Wendt 1857, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. Ilyazesk is closing in on Shivakalai 704, cutting the gap by 5.7 seconds. Scuderia Veloce has climbed 1 spot to 3rd place. Lian Yashin is also up 1 spot, now in 4th. Henfatig is cutting down the distance to Shotskis by 6.8 seconds. H2HO8A has climbed 1 spot to sit in 6th place. Pippi Langstrom is also moving up 1 spot, now in 15. Henfatig advances to 7th place. Deplorably also moves up 1 spot to 8. Shotskis and Deplorably are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Mr. Roche is gaining on Our Windstorm, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Move for Life is right behind Iceberg 42, inching closer with every lap. They are locked in a fierce fight for 12th place. No room for mistakes. The WTCC cars are pretty evenly matched on Fuji's twisty layout, but the older BMWs and Toyotas are holding their own. Track favors handling over raw power, so drivers with better control are climbing up. Deplorably is holding 8th place, staying competitive with a decent lap time. Our Windstorm is in 10th, but with a slower fastest lap. Apple might have the edge if they keep it consistent. Move for Life and Iceberg 42 are nose to tail for 12th place. Maya is catching Venonte 1857, closing the gap to just over a second. Move for Life is driving a 2006 BMW 320. They started in the 13th position and are currently in the 13th place. holding steady with a fastest lap of 1 minute 53 seconds. Looks like they're holding their own, but no real moves yet. Iceberg 42 climbs to 11th place. Mr. Roche and Iceberg 42 still neck and neck for 11th. Maya is closing in on Von in 1857, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Shots Fired is driving a 2007 Peugeot 407. They're currently in the last place, but only a few seconds behind the pack. Looks like a comeback might be on the horizon. Mr. Roche is climbing up to 11th place. Iceberg 42 and Mr. Roche are battling for that same spot. Maya is catching Vanonde 1857, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Iceberg 42 just overtook someone to move into the top 12. Iceberg 42 and Alwyn Storm are nose to tail for 10th place. Mr. Roche and Iceberg 42 are locked in a close fight for 11th. Iceberg 42 climbs to 10th place. Mr. Roche and Alwyn Storm are battling for 11th. Maya is closing in on Von in 1857, cutting the gap by over a second. Alwyn Storm and Iceberg 42 are neck and neck for the 10th spot. Move for Life is climbing up to take the 12th position. Mr. Roche and Move for Life are battling closely for the 12th place. Move for Life is climbing to 11th place. TT61 is narrowing the gap to Mr. Roche by 2.2 seconds. Shots is in the 18th spot, driving a Peugeot 407 from 2007. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much noise so far. Emphatic is climbing up to 6th place. Maya is closing the gap on Van in 1857, cutting it down by a little over a second. H2 Hova is climbing up to 6th place. TT61 is making a move to 13th. Scuderia Veloz is driving a 2008 Toyota Corolla. They started in 2nd place and are currently in 3rd, just behind the leader. Looks like they're holding steady but might need to pick up the pace to challenge for the win. Mr. Roche and TT61 are nose to nose for 13th place. Hingle and May Kringleberry just gained 1 spot and is now in 15th. TT61 and Alwyn Storm are nose to nose for 12th place. Vanonde 1857 just sneaked up 1 spot to 16th. Move for Life just overtook Iceberg 42 and now they are battling for the 10th place. Looks like a close fight. Maya is rapidly catching up to Pippi Langstrup, closing the gap by 6 seconds. Move for Life is inching closer to Shotsky's, narrowing the distance by just over a second. Eliazisk is driving a 2008 Toyota Corolla, currently in second place. They started fourth, and are holding a solid position, with the fastest lap of 1 minute 55.455. Looks like they're pushing hard but not quite catching the leader. Scuderia Veloce is now in second place. Lian Yashin is closing in on Eliazisk, the gap shrinking by 3 seconds. Tai 261 and Awen Storm are nose to tail for 12th place. Scuderia Veloce just overtook Shivakali's 104 for the lead. DT61 is climbing steadily, now in 12th place. The battle for first is heating up with Scuderia Veloce and Shivakali's 104 neck and neck. Shivakala 704 just took the lead, claiming the top spot. Amy is narrowing the gap to Lian Yashin by 1.2 seconds, so expect some action soon. New for Life is climbing up to 8th place, making a move through the pack. Lian Yashin is gaining on Eliazisk, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Maya is catching Vanon 1857 faster, closing the gap by 2.8 seconds. Lian Yashin just overtook someone to take third place. Eliazisk and Lian Yashin are nose to nose for third. H2 Hove better watch out. Henfatig is closing the gap fast, now only 2 seconds behind. Amy is gaining on Eliazisk, closing the gap to just over a second. Iceberg 42 is inching closer to Shotskis, now less than a second behind. I am catching up to Vanon 1857, closing the distance by a second. New for Life is gaining on Deplorable Apple. The gap is shrinking fast. Maya is catching Vanonti 1857, but still a bit of ground to make up. Henfatig is driving a 2006 Alfa Romeo 156. They are currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making much progress. Looks like a solid, if not spectacular, race so far. Vanona 1857 and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 15th place. Ovidus is sneaking up 1 spot to 16th. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 16th place. Ovidus is narrowing the gap to Vanoni 1857 by 1.2 seconds. Hey Aminsan, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time for some high-speed AI racing action. Grab your virtual seat and enjoy the chaos on the track. Amy is gaining on Eliazisk, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Iceberg 42 is catching up to Shotskis, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Mr. Roche and Alwyn Storm are locked in a fierce fight for the 13th place. Deplorable is driving a 2007 Honda Accord and currently sits in 8th place. Their fastest lap is 1:55.89, which is pretty solid, but not quite enough to challenge the top contenders. The race seems to be a bit of a struggle for them to move up. Shots Fired is rapidly catching up to Maya with a big push. New for Life is closing in on Deplorable Apple, inching closer. Ovidus is gaining on Von 1957, but still a bit behind. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Achituhova is closing in on her, now in 6th. Henfatik is right behind in 8th. Amy is now in 4th, making a nice little climb. Achituhova is closing in on Amy quickly now. Deplorably just overtook someone to take 7th. New for Life is also climbing up, now 8th. Looks like a tight scrap between Deplorably Pulled and New for Life for 7th place. Deplorably and New for Life are still neck and neck for 7th place. Shotskis is closing in on them, now in 9th. Arwin Storm just gained 2 spots and is now in 12th place. Mr. Roche and Eliazisk are nose to nose for 13th. Looks like a close fight there. Shots Fired is in a Peugeot 407, starting from the 18th spot. They're currently in the last position, but only a few seconds behind the leaders. Looks like a steady but slow climb. Henfati is driving a 2006 Alfa Romeo 156. They're currently in 7th place, so they're holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. Looks like a solid race so far. Lian Yashin is climbing to 2nd place. Amy is now in 3rd. Achituhova is also moving up to 4th. Looks like a tight battle shaping up. Henfatik has moved up to 5th place. New for Life is right behind in 6th. They are close together, so expect some action soon. New for Life just overtook Henfatik for 5th place. TG61 is closing in on the top 10, moving up 1 spot. Shotskis is closing in on Scuderia Veloce fast enough to make it a race. New for Life is sneaking up on H2Hova, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Our Windstorm is climbing up to 11th place, making moves. Shotskis has overtaken someone to take 8th place. Scuderia Veloce and Shotskis are nose to tail, fighting for 8th. Amy is closing the gap on Lian Yashin, now only 1.1 seconds behind. New for Life is gaining fast on H2Hove, closing the distance by 2:30 seconds. Mr. Roche is inching closer to Arwen Storm, chopping down the gap by 2.1 seconds. Looks like Mr. Roche and Arwen Storm are locked in a fierce duel for the 11th spot. Henfatik is climbing to 5th place. Mr. Roche is now in 11th. Ishanes of Theoviet. Hippie Langstrup is closing in on Icebird 42, cutting the gap by almost 3 seconds. New for Life is slicing through the field to take third place. Deplorable is right behind, also making moves to climb up. Scuderia Veloce is making a bold move up to second place after overtaking 7 cars. Shotskis is hot on their heels, climbing to third after overtaking 5 cars. Eliazesk is closing in on Owen Storm, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Eliazesk is on a tear, climbing up to 6th place after overtaking 7 cars. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move, now in 8th after passing 6. I'm inching closer to Venoni 1857, closing the gap by over a second. Iceberg 42 is making a move, climbing up to 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Pippi Langström is also on the rise, grabbing 13th place by passing 3 cars. Eliazesk is inching closer to the top, moving up 1 spot to 5. New for Life is gaining on Amy and closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Lian Yashin is also closing in on Henfatig, reducing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Iceberg 42 is climbing up the ranks, moving into 11th place. Maya is closing in on Mr. Roche fast, just 740 seconds behind. Ovidus is gaining on Varna in 1857, closing the gap by 9.42 seconds. Meanwhile, New for Life and Amy are locked in a tight fight for 6th place. Shivakai 704 is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he slips up. Henfatig is now in 8th place. T261 is gaining on Deplorable Apple, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Ovidus is hot on 1857's tail, closing in by 3.4 seconds. New for Life is now in 6th place. Lian Yashin has climbed to 9th. Iceberg 42 is in 10th. The race is heating up. New for Life is gaining on Eliazesk, cutting the distance by over a second. Owen Storm is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry quickly, almost 2.5 seconds closer. Mr. Roche is hot on Owen Storm's tail, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Scuderia Veloce is gaining on Shivakalaizen 104 quickly, closing the gap by 3.4 seconds. H2 Hove is inching closer to Shotskis, cutting the distance by 1.5 seconds. Owen Storm and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a tight fight for the 14th spot. H2 Hoveas climbing to 3rd place. Eliazesk is now in 4th. New for Life is sneaking into 5th. Looks like the top spots are getting crowded. Henfatig is climbing up to 7th place. Ovidus is inching closer to Van in 1857, closing the gap by just over a second. Lian Yashin has moved up to 8th place. Iceberg 42 is closing in on Shotskis, cutting the gap by 2:30 seconds. Ovidus is gaining on Von 1857, closing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Iceberg 42 moves up to 9th place. Hippie Langstrumpf is closing in on Shotskis, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Hippie and Shotskis are now battling for 10th place. Our Windstorm is holding on to 15 for now. But Mr. Roche is right behind, looking for a way past. Nganbu for life. And Eliasesk are neck and neck for 4th place. Teddy 61 is closing in on Deplorable Apple, cutting the gap by a second and a third. Mr. Roche just climbed 1 spot to 14. Maya is in 8th place with a Toyota Corolla from 2008. Her fastest lap is just under 1 minute 56 seconds. Looks like she's holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Eliasesk is climbing to 3rd place. H2 Hove and Eliasesk are nose to tail for that spot. Hippie Langstrumpf is sneaking into the top 10. Namu for life is climbing up to 4th place. Iceberg 42 is making moves to 9th. Shotskis is driving a Volvo 60 from 2008. They're currently in the 12th place and seem to be struggling with a lap time of 1 minute 57 seconds. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Lian Yashin is chipping away at Henfadig's lead, closing the gap by 2.7 seconds. Hippie Langstrumpf is gaining on Iceberg 42, narrowing it down by 1.1 seconds. New for life, and Eliasesk are neck and neck for 3rd place. Lian Yashin is closing in on Henfadig, chipping away at the gap. Shotskis just climbed 1 spot into 10th. Lian Yashin is closing in on Henfadig, cutting the gap by 1 second. Hippie Langstrumpf is climbing up the ranks, taking the 10th place. Deplorable Apple and Shotskis are nose to nose for 11th place. Mr. Roche is chipping away at Taita 61's lead, closing the gap by a second and a third. New for Life and Eliasesk are neck and neck for 3rd place. Hippie Langstrumpf is closing in on Iceberg 42, cutting the gap by 2:30 seconds. Hippie Langstrumpf and Iceberg 42 are battling for 9th place. Lian Yashin is closing in on Henfadig, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Deplorably Apple is climbing 1 spot to take 10th place. KT61 is moving up 2 spots to occupy 11th place. Taita 61 and Deplorable Apple are nose to nose for 10th place. Maya just gained 1 spot, now in 16th. Ovidus is inching closer to Vanon 1857, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Scuderia Veloce is right behind Shivacal 704 now, just a second separating them. Nouveau Life and Eliasesque are nose to nose for third place. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Mr. Roche, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Lian Yixin just overtook someone to take 7th place. The battle between Hinfatig and Lian Yixin for 7th is heating up. Mr. Roche is closing in on Shotskis, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Lian Yixin is climbing to 6th place. I am inching closer to Awin Storm, cutting the gap by over a second. Ovidas is hot on Pippi Langström's tail, closing in by a second and a half. Henfatik is climbing up to 7th place. Iceberg 42 is also moving up to 8. Looks like they're both on the push. Deplorably Apple climbs to 9th place. Taiji 61 advances to 10th. Shotskis moves into 11th. Looks like the race is heating up. Mr. Roche is climbing up to 12th place. Hingle McCringleberry is now 13th place. Owen Storm is pushing into 14th place. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Mr. Roche is closing in on Shotskis, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Maya is climbing up 1 spot to 16. Pippi Langström is also moving up 1 spot to 17. Ovidas advances to 17th place. Vanonen 1857 climbs to 18 Torres. Zotsfied is narrowing the gap to Amy by 130 seconds. Deplorable Apple is driving a 2007 Honda Accord. They're currently in 10th place, hanging around the middle of the pack. Looks like they're holding steady, but not making much progress. Owen Storm is driving a 2008 Lada 110S. Their race looks rough with the slowest lap time so far, and they're currently in the 15th place. I2Hoea is catching up to New for Life. Fast, just a second behind now. Titi 61 is closing in on Deplorable Apple, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Shotskis is right behind Titus 61, gaining almost a second and a half. Hingo McCringleberry is climbing to 12th place. Owen Storm is also moving up to 13th place. Zotsfied is gaining on Amy, closing the gap by just over a second. Lian Yixin is slicing through the field, closing in on H2 Hova by a second and a half. Pippi Langström is climbing up to 14th place. Ovidas is pushing forward to 15th place. Mr. Roche is driving a 2007 Peugeot 407. He's currently in the last place and seems to be struggling a bit with pace. Mr. Roche is driving a 27 Peugeot 407. He's currently in the last place and seems to be struggling with pace, as his lap time is over a second slower than most others. Shivakali 704 is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he hits trouble. Maya. Here. Mr. Roche better watch out. Amy is almost on his tail. Deplorably Apple gaining on Iceberg 42. But still a bit of a stretch. Emphatic is driving a 26, Alfa Romeo 156. They're currently in 8th place, hanging around the middle of the pack. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Scuderia Veloce is closing in on Shivakali 704. The gap is shrinking fast. Nambu for Life has overtaken someone to claim 3rd place. Taita 61 is climbing up to 9th, making moves through the field. Hey there, Everlasting Apex. Welcome back to the chaos. Glad to see you return just in time for our AI cars to show off their racing skills. Hope you're ready for some virtual high-speed action. Iceberg 42 is closing in on Eliassk, cutting the gap by 10.5 seconds. Ash Tuhove is climbing up to 4th place. Lian Yashin is moving into 5th place. Iceberg 42 and Eliassk are locked in a fierce fight for 7th place. Taita 61 is closing in fast on Iceberg 42, shrinking the gap by 1.5 seconds. Maya is climbing up the field, moving into 14th place. Taita 61 is closing in on Eliassk fast, just 5.1 seconds behind now. Iceberg 42 has climbed 1 spot to 7th place. Vanone 1857 has also gained 1 position, now in 16th thought. Move for Life is now in 2nd place. Lian Yashin has climbed to 4th. Emphatic is in 5th. Vanona 1857 is stuck in the back with a Lada 110 s and a lap time of over 2 minutes. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Lian Yashin is climbing to 3rd place. Emphatic is advancing to 5th. Looks like the race is heating up. Emphatic and Scuderia Veloce are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Eliassk is climbing up to 7th. Taita 61 is also on the move, now in 8th. Emphatic advances to 4th place. Eliassk climbs to 6th. Taita 61 is closing in on H2 Hova, cutting the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Eliassk is inching closer to Scuderia Veloce with a 1.6 second gap. H2 Huveya and Eliassk are locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Shotskis is closing the distance to Taita 61 by another 1.6 seconds. Emphatic is inching closer to Lian Yashin, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Taita 61 is climbing up 1 spot to take 7th place. Pippi Langstrup and Iceberg 42 are locked in a close fight for 12th place. Fatigue is closing in on Lee and Yoshin, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. They're battling hard for third place. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up 1 spot to 12th. Scuderia Veloce is making a move up the field, now in second place after overtaking 3 cars. Mr. Roche is closing in on Ovidis, cutting the gap by 4 seconds. H2 Hove is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 5th place. Eliasesk is also making moves, jumping 2 places to 4th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Shotskis is on a roll, climbing to 6th place. Amy is closing the gap on Ovidis fast, now just 5.5 seconds behind. H2 Hove is gaining on Eliasesk, cutting the distance by 3.5 seconds. No for Life is gaining on Scuderia Veloce, now just a second behind. Hingle McCringleberry is closing the gap on Lee and Yashin by 2:30 seconds. The fight for 8th place between Hingle McCringleberry and Lan Yashin is heating up. No for Life is chipping away at Scuderia Veloce now, just a second and a bit behind. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 8th place. Pippi Langstrom is making moves to 10th. Wow! Shivikala 704 just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone was born to win. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, congratulations to Shivikala 704 for not only winning the race, but also setting the fastest lap. That's quite the achievement. And a big shout out to New for Life for doing the most overtakes. Talk about aggressive driving. Both of you can now claim a 2006 BMW 320 from the WTC. Looks like the race winners get some pretty sweet rides. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability because Brasilia Oval has tight turns and a lot of bank sections. It's all about maintaining control at high speeds and being able to navigate those sharp curves smoothly. Acceleration and top speed are important too, but without good grip and balance, you'll be spinning out before you even get to the straightaways. So, a car that handles well and stays glued to the track is the way to go here. Alright, so we've got Pippi Langstrumpf in the 2016 Ligier, JSP 3, and Civicola 704 in the 2010 Oreca FLM 9. The Ligier is a bit newer and likely has some technological advantages, but the Oreca isn't exactly a slouch. It's more experienced at this point, but sometimes newer cars just have that edge with better aerodynamics and tech. Considering the tracks and the car specs, I'd say Pippi's Ligier might have the upper hand here. Still, race day can surprise us, and the Oreca's endurance might come into play. But if I had to put my chips on someone, I'd lean toward Pippi Langstrumpf for a slight edge. Wow, Civicola 704. Thank you so much for the 300 bits. Your support really keeps the wheels turning here. I hope you're enjoying the race because these AI cars are about to give us a show. Alright folks, New for Life is on pole with that 2017 Norma M30. Looks like they're already setting the tone for a wild race here at Brasilia Oval. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead. The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Amy in second place and Hingle McCringleberry holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Yestero 133,796 is charging through the field, now in 16th place after overtaking 4 cars. Hingo McCringleberry is climbing steadily, now in 2nd place. Looks like Amy and Hingle McCringleberry are about to turn this into a real nose-to-tail showdown for 2nd. Civica 704 just overtook Lian Yashin to take 6th place. They are now nose-to-nose for that spot. Timborghini, Tuba and Silverbergen are still neck and neck for the 13th position. Hingo McCringleberry is now in 1st place. New for Life is right behind him, both battling for the top spot. Pippi Langstrumpf and Amy are locked in a close fight for 3rd. New for Life is now in 1st place. Civica 704 has moved up to 4th. Scuderia Veloce and Forsengo are battling closely for 6th. Unknown Tactics is driving a 2010 BMW Z4 GT3. They're currently in the 20th place, so their race seems to be a bit of a struggle with no notable moves so far. Lian Yashin and Forsengo are neck and neck for 7th place. Silva Gaming just gained 1 spot and is now 12th. Rowdy Zarolf and Gesterone 133,796 are battling it out for 16th. Scuderia Veloce is climbing to 4th place. Ovidos is now in 8th place. Maya is inching into 9th. Looks like the race is heating up. Unknown Tactives is driving a 2010 BMW Z4 GT3. They're currently in the 20th position, just behind the leaders in their class, but their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep up with the pace. Yesterone 133,796 is driving a 29 Alpina B6 GT3. They're currently in the 18th place, just ahead of the last few racers. Looks like a steady but not spectacular run so far. Civicali 704 is climbing to 4th place. Ovidus is making a move to 6th. Ovidus and Scuderia Veloce are nose-to-nose for 5th. Civicali 1104 is climbing up to 3rd place. Scuderia Veloce is now in 4th. Hippie Langstrom and Ovidus are nose-to-nose for 6th. Civicali 104 is gaining ground on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by over 3 seconds. Timborghini Tuba has climbed 2 spots to 11. Zombush 86 is also on the move, up 2 spots to 12. Civicali 704 just overtook someone to move into 2nd place. Ovidus and Amy are still locked in that close fight for 5th. Maya and Forsengo are nose to tail for 8th. Scuderia Veloce is now in 3rd place, closing in on the leaders. Maya has climbed to 8th place, making some progress. Lisa Shibi has advanced to 11th place, still chasing the pack. Wow, what a shocker. Congratulations to Nunbo for life on winning the race at Brasilia Oval. Guess they really know how to cross the finish line first. Wow, New for Life takes the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win. You've definitely earned it. Now, as for the lucky drivers who can claim a car, Scuderia Veloce, with that speediest lap, you're up for the 2010 Orica FL9. An impressive machine for sure. And Civicali 704, you also crossed the finish line first in the bet race. So you're grabbing the same fantastic car. Nice work to both of you. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Kyalami circuit, I'd probably go with the 2011 Peugeot 908. It's a racing legend known for its incredible speed and handling, especially on circuits with plenty of twists and turns. Plus, with its advanced aerodynamics and powerful diesel engine, it's built to dominate on diverse tracks. The rest are pretty impressive too, but I think the Peugeot 908's combination of innovation and raw power gives it a slight edge here. Hey there, new folks! If you're liking the wild AI car races we're watching, make sure to hit that follow button so you don't miss out on any of the action. Trust me, you won't want to miss what's coming next. Stay tuned and enjoy the chaos. Hey everyone, if you want to show a bit of extra support, you can always check out our Patreon. The rewards are pretty minimal, but it's a nice way to help keep the wheels turning if you're feeling generous. No pressure though, just sit back and enjoy the race. Hey everyone, welcome to the race. Just a quick reminder, each car you overtake earns you extra points. So starting at the very front might sound like a good idea, but it actually means you might miss out on all the fun overtaking action. Sometimes starting further back gives you a chance to rack up those points, and maybe even beat the race winner in the score. So sit tight and watch these AI cars battle it out. It's not just about who finishes first, but who wins the points game. Let's see if anyone can come from behind and make the leaderboard interesting. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking, and you don't want to miss out on the fun. Make your choice before the final countdown. Oh wow! A classic Panos versus a more modern Porsche RS Spyder Evo time. That's a pretty interesting matchup. The Panos got that vintage charm, but the Porsche's probably more nimble and updated for racing. If I had to guess, I'd say the Porsche might have a slight edge because of its newer design and tech. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. It's all about who adapts best to Xiaomi's twists and turns today. So let's see which of these powerhouse cars takes the win. Alright everyone, big shout out to Shivakoi704 for this race idea. Thanks for the suggestion. The race is kicking off at Xiaomi, and leading the pack in the LMP 900 class is RAF92 on pole with the 2002 Audi R8 Turbo. Let's see if they can hold on to that spot. RAF92 has shot off the line to take the lead. Amy is holding strong in second place, and Hot Bolognese is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a tight battle for the top spots already. Hot Bolognese and Amy are nose to tail for second place. Amin Sun just gained one spot to sit in fifth. Everlasting Apex is climbing 2 spots to take sixth. Diogo Numericos is slicing through the field, now in 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Eliazesk is climbing steadily, now in 8th place. Autoliatorius is making a move, up to 12th. Hot Bolognese is climbing to 2nd place. Amin San is now in 4th. Diogo Numericos is making moves into 8th. Aminsan just snuck into 3rd place. Amy and Aminsan are nose to nose for that spot. Diogino Miracles is climbing to 7. Looks like the race is heating up. Diogino Miracles and Everlasting Apex are nose to tail for 6th place. Just Janeth and Scuderia Veloz are swapping positions for the 18th spot. Aminsan just snuck into 2nd place. Diogino Miracles is closing in on 6. Everlasting Apex and Diogino Miracles are nose to nose for that 6th spot. Diogino Miracles just overtook someone to take 5th place. Everlasting Apex is also climbing up to 6th. Nouveau Life and Iceberg 42 are nose to nose for 13. Eliazesk and Bjornart are nose to nose for 7th place. Maya just slipped into 9th, inching closer to the top. Lian Yeshin is also climbing, now 10th, making it a tight chase for those positions. Diogino Miracles just overtook someone to take 4th place. Eliazesk is also climbing up, now in 7th. Bjornart and Eliazesk are nose to tail for 7th. Everlasting Apex and Amy are still nose to nose for 5th place. Maya just gained 2 spots and is now in 8th. Bjornart and Maya are battling hard for 8th, with Maya trying to hold her ground. Hot Bolognese and Diogino Miracles are still neck and neck for 3rd place. Eliases just overtook someone to move into 6th. Lian Yashin is climbing up to 10th. Diogino Miracles is now in 3rd place. Amy has moved into 4th. Eliasesk is in 5th. The race is heating up. Adenat 44 is on the move, climbing up to 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Pippi Langstrom is also making progress, moving up 3 spots to 18. Hot Bolognese is having a tough time, dropping 13 positions to 20. Iceberg 42 is storming through the field, now in 1st place after overtaking 20 cars. AISK and Everlasting Apex are nose to tail for 6th place. Lian Yeshin and Eliasesk are battling fiercely for 7th. Maya is on a roll, climbing to 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Lian Yeshin is dropping back to 16th after a tough run. Wrath 92 is holding strong at the front, moving up 1 spot to take the lead. Diogino Miracles is closing in on Aminsan, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Beyond Two Dark Souls and Everlasting Apex are neck and neck for 7th place. Autoliatorias and Adenat 44 are locked in a tight fight for 9th. Eliazesk and Amy are neck and neck for 4th place. Beyond Two Dark Souls is climbing up to 7th. Autoliatorias is making a move to 10. Juice Janet is climbing to 14th place. Scuderia Veloz and Just Hanet TV are nose to nose for that same spot. Pippi Langstrumpf is making a move to 16th place. Eliasesk just overtook someone and is now in 4th place. The race for 4th is heating up with Amy and Eliasesk battling closely. Eliasesk and Amy are neck and neck for 4th place. Lian Yashin is closing in on Nagwu for life, fast, cutting the gap by over a second. Eliasesk is really having a rough time dropping back to 21st. Georgi Numericals is climbing steadily to 2nd place, and I am inching closer to the top 5, moving up 1 spot. Amy is gaining fast on Amundsen, closing the gap to just a few seconds now. Just Shanette is really closing in on Shivakalai 704, the gap shrinking quickly. Pippi Langstrumpf is catching up to Scuderia Veloce, but only by a tiny bit. Maya is now in 4th place, closing in on the top 3. Beyond Two Dark Souls and Amy are neck and neck for 5th. Looks like a battle for the middle of the pack. Eliasesk is driving a 2009 Peugeot 908 HDI. FP. They're currently in 10th place and seem to be holding steady with a decent lap time, nearly 1:45. Not bad, but still a few spots behind the leaders. Beyond Two Dark Souls is climbing up to 5th place. Scuderia Veloce and Just Hanetti are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Otelia Torias and Amy are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Iceberg 42 is gaining fast on Woo for Life, closing the gap to just under a second and a half. Georgi Numericals is showing serious pace with that fastest lap. He's definitely a threat to take the lead soon. Otelia Torias just overtook someone and is now in 6th place. The battle between Amy and Otelia Torias for 6th is heating up. Pippi is just behind Lazy Towner and has a slightly faster lap, so she might be closing in. But Lazy Towner's got a decent gap for now. Beyond Two Dark Souls is climbing to 4th place. Otelia Torias is closing in on Maya and has cut the gap by 2.4 seconds. Scuderia Veloce has moved up to 13. Otelia Torias is gaining on Maya again, cutting the gap by a second. Shivikali 704 just moved up 1 spot to 11. Scuderia Veloce is closing in on Bjorn Art, narrowing the distance by almost 2 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 13th. Georgi Numericals and Wrath 92 are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Hingelmeek Kringleberry and Adanut 44 are neck and neck for 9th place. Scuderia Veloce is climbing to 13th. Justin F is also on the move, now 14th. Aminsan is gaining on Geogui numericals, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up one spot to 9th place. Chibakaila 704 is narrowing the distance on Adanut 44 by 1.3 seconds. Geogui numericals just overtook to take the lead. Aminsan is closing in on the top spot as well. Scuderia Veloz and Bjorn Art are nose to nose for 12th place. Beyond Two Dark Souls is now in 3rd place. Maya has climbed to 4th. Autoliatorius is in 5th. The race is heating up. Italy. Amundsen just overtook for the lead. Looks like they want to keep that spot. Adanut 44 and Hingle McCringleberry still battling hard for 8. Iceberg 42 is closing in on Lazy Towner, the gap shrinking fast. Geogui numericals is dropping back to 12th place. Beyond Two Dark Souls is climbing to 2nd. I'm inching up to 3rd. Geogui Miracles is on a roll, climbing 6 places to 6th. Lian Yeshin is inching up to 13. Yus Chanet and Lian Yashin are nose to nose for that 13th spot. Geogui Miracles just blitzed through 5 cars to grab the lead. Iceberg 42 is chipping away at Lazy Towner, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf is catching up to Nubu for Life, narrowing the distance by 1.6 seconds. Beyond Two Dark Souls is now in 1st place. Maya is climbing to 3rd. Geogui Miracles is dropping back to 16. Maya is trying to find a way past the current leader. Aminsan is sticking close behind, waiting for a mistake. Iceberg 42 is gaining on Lazy Towner, the gap shrinking rapidly. Aminsan just snuck into the lead. Maya is hot on their tail in 2nd. Autoliatorius is climbing up to 3rd. Looks like a tight race so far. Everlasting Apex is now in 5th place. Adanut 44 has moved into 6th. Amy is closing in on the top 4. Everlasting Apex is driving a Lola Aston Martin B0960. They're currently in 7th place, but their fastest lap is nearly a second slower than the leader. Looks like a solid but not spectacular run so far. Aminsan just overtook someone to grab the lead. Maya is now in 2nd place, inching closer. Autoliatorius is hanging on in 3rd, not giving up yet. Adanut 44 just overtook someone to take 5th place. Scuderia Veloz and Bjorn Art are nose to nose for 9th. Just Chaneth is climbing to 11. Adanut 44 is on a tier, climbing 3 spots to 2nd place. Everlasting Apex is right behind, also up 3 positions to 3rd. Hingle McCringleberry is making moves as well, overtaking 3 cars to land in 4th. Things are heating up at the front. Scuderia Veloz is now in 6th place. Lazy Towner has climbed to 10th. Geogi Numericals is in 13th. No surprises so far. Hot Bolognese is climbing up to 17th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is gaining on You for Life, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Geoguna Miracles is gaining fast on Bjorn Art, closing the gap by 7.6 seconds. Just Jeanette is inching closer to Lazy Towner, cutting the distance by 1.5 seconds. Rangi 2 is catching up to Beyond Two Dark Souls, narrowing it down by 1.8 seconds. Geoguna Miracles is closing in on Bjorn Art, chipping away at the gap by 3 seconds. Move for Life just sneaked into 17th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is now 20th, climbing up 1 spot. Scuderia Veloci is on a roll, now in 3rd place. Geoguna Miracles is chipping away at Bjorn Art's lead, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Hot Bolognese is hot on Wrath 92's tail, closing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Maya is on a roll, climbing to 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. Oteliatorius is gaining ground, now in 6th after moving up 2 spots. Amy is also making progress, now in 8th after climbing 1 spot. Amy is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry with a quick burst of speed. Lazy Towner is inching closer to Shivaka's 704, but not quite there yet. Bjornar is on the move, closing the distance to Just Hanet TV with a solid push. Iceberg 42 is climbing to 13th place. Beyond Two Dark Souls is now 14. Wrath 92 is sneaking into 15. Looks like the race is heating up. The track's fast corners seem to favor the Audi R8 drivers with quick laps, while the Peugeot 908s are holding steady in the middle. Overtaking might be tricky with the tight sections. Maya is slicing through the field to take 2nd place. Everlasting Apex is climbing to 4th. Oteliatorius is also making moves, now in 5th. Everlasting Apex is closing in on Adenat 44 fast. Just 6 seconds behind now. Iceberg 42 is making a move on Beyond Two Dark Souls, closing the gap by over 15 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 6th place, 1 spot higher. Justanet is closing in on Scuderia Veloz like a heat-seeking missile. Beyond Two Dark Souls just bumped up to 12, and Iceberg 42 is now in 13th. Looks like the race is heating up. Amy is in 8th place, driving a 2000 Ferrari F3333. Their fastest lap is 1:45.445, which is slower than most. and they are currently behind the leaders. Justanet is gaining on Scuderia Veloce and closing the gap by over a second. Beyond Two Dark Souls is hot on Bjorn Art's tail, closing in by nearly 2 seconds. Beyond Two Dark Souls is closing in on just Hanet Vive, cutting the gap by 6 seconds. Maya is gaining on Amin-san, closing the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Aleatorius and Everlasting Apex are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Maya is now right behind Amin-san, just a car length away. Hingle McCringleberry is inching closer to Aleatorius. Looks like a battle brewing. Beyond Two Dark Souls is closing in on just Hanet Vive, the gap shrinking fast. Beyond Two Dark Souls is closing in on just Hanet Vive, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Lazy Towner is climbing up to 14th place. Adenut 44 is closing in on Maya quickly, just 1.6 seconds behind. Beyond Two Dark Souls has climbed 1 spot to 11th place. Justanet and Beyond Two Dark Souls are nose to nose for 11th place. Looks like a battle for the ages. Beyond Two Dark Souls is almost on Bjorn Art's tail now, closing the gap by 2 seconds. They're battling for 10th place. Iceberg 42 is gaining on just Hanet Vive, chipping away at the lead by 2.2 seconds. Aleatorius is gaining on Everlasting Apex, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Beyond Two Dark Souls has climbed 1 spot to 10th place. Justanet is closing in on Bjorn Art, narrowing the gap by 1.8 seconds. The battle for 11th place between Justanet Vive and Bjorn Art is heating up. Beyond Two Dark Souls is closing in on Scuderia Veloce rapidly. Justanet has climbed 1 spot to 11. Iceberg 42 also moved up 1 spot to 12. They are now locked in a fierce battle for 11th place. Iceberg 42 is climbing up to 11th place. Wrath 92 is chipping away at Lazy Towner's lead, now just 1.6 seconds behind. Eliahisk is gaining on Move for Life, with a 1 second reduction. Aleatorius and Everlasting Apex are nose to nose for 4th place. Beyond Two Dark Souls is creeping closer to Scuderia Veloce, and has cut the gap by nearly 2 seconds. They are now locked in a fierce fight for 9th place. Aleatorius is climbing to 4th place. Bjorn Art is making a move up to 11th. Justanet is closing in on Bjorn Art, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. Beyond Two Dark Souls is climbing up to 9th place. Scuderia Veloce and Beyond Two Dark Souls are battling hard for that spot. Wrath 92 is closing in on Lazy Towner, shrinking the gap by a second and a tenth. Adenut 44 is closing in on me, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Scuderia Veloce is climbing up to 8th place. The Dark Souls and Scuderia Veloce are nose-to-nose for 9th. Adanut 44 is gaining on Maya with a 1.5 second improvement. Beyond Dark Souls and Scuderia Veloce are locked in a fierce fight for 8th place. Iceberg 42 is closing the distance to Just Hanik TV by 2:30 seconds. Scuderia Veloce is now just behind Shibikali's even 104, the gap shrinking to a hair's breadth. Iceberg 42 is hot on Just Haniti's tail, closing in by nearly 2 seconds. Iliasesk is gaining ground on Will for Life, closing the distance by over 2 seconds. Beyond Dark Souls is climbing to 9th place. Iceberg 42 is closing in on Just Haniti, cutting the gap by 2.7 seconds. Wrath 92 is moving up to 14th place. Ateliatorius is right behind Adanut 44 now, just a blink away. Iliasesk is catching up to New for Life at the same pace. Dioguino Miracles is in a good spot with the fastest lap, but he needs to hold it together for the final stretch. Dioguino Miracles is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still a few places behind the leader. He's got the speed. Now he just needs to find a way to overtake. Ateliatorius is driving a 2009 Peugeot 908 HDIF, a PD, currently in 5th place, just behind the leaders. Their fastest lap is a solid 1:42.747, which shows they're holding a decent pace. Wow, Amundsen just won the race? Looks like they're really good at surprising everyone. Congratulations! Wow, Amundsen really pulled it off. Congratulations on winning the race. You must have some serious skills behind the wheel, at least in the AI world. Great job. Sure thing. Did you know that the Brands Hatch Grand Prix track was originally a simple agricultural circuit? It was turned into a racing track in the 1950s, and it's still famous today for its challenging corners and elevation changes. It's like nature's roller coaster but with way more speed. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, you better hurry up because the countdown is almost over. Don't miss out on the chance to see which sleek machine will dominate the race. Grab your choice before it's too late. Oh, wow. What a matchup. The Minardi M95B is like the underdog in a sports movie. Kind of scrappy but with a lot of heart. Meanwhile, the Williams FW18 is a true legend from that era. Sleek and powerful. Given the car choices, I think the Williams might have a bit of an edge because of its reputation for speed and reliability back in the day. But hey, you never know with AI racing. Sometimes the underdog surprises us all. So, I'd put my chips on the Williams. But I'll be excited to see if the Minardi can pull off an upset. Alright everyone, the race is on at Brands Hatch GP, and leading the pack is the young view for life in a 1996 Ligier JS43. He's starting strong, but let's see if he can hold that pole position through the chaos. The race kicks off with New for Life taking the lead, followed closely by Lithocarp in second place. I am holding my own in third place, ready to defend or attack. Bingo McCringleberry is climbing to third place. Josh Biosh is now in fifth after moving up one spot. Max Beerley is in seventh after also gaining one position. Kyroscope is climbing up to ninth place. Honey 3 is now 11th. Le Rocher has gained 2 spots and is in 13th. Bingo McCringleberry is climbing to second place. Bingo McCringleberry and New for Life are nose to nose for the lead. Josh Biosh is making a move, now in third. Lian Yashin is on a roll, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Scuderia Veloce is making a strong push, now in 6th after passing 4 cars. Le Rocher is also on the move, grabbing 9th place with 4 overtakes. Josh Biosh takes the lead at the front of the pack. Lithocarp is hot on his tail in second. And look at Maya climbing up to third place. Things are heating up behind them. Bingo McCringleberry is really having a rough time, dropping 9 places to 15. Scuderia Veloce and Lian Yashin are locked in a close fight for 4. Max Beerley is climbing up 1 spot to take 6th. Scuderia Veloce is on a roll, now in second place. Gyroscope is closing in, climbing to fourth. Honey 3 is also on the move, now in fifth. Telescopium is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to take 10th place. Trash crashed and just nudged ahead 1 position into 9th. Shikamaru and Hingome Kringleberry are locked in a close fight for 15th. La Roche and Amy are nose to tail for 6th place. Hingome Kringleberry just gained 1 spot to sit in 14th. Shikamaru also moved up 1 spot to 15th. Trash Creston is making a strong move up to 8th place. Josh Biosh is dropping back to 9th. Hingome Kringleberry is climbing to 11th after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is on a roll, now in 3rd place after overtaking 3 cars. Maya is closing in fast on a Cironi, cutting the gap by over 10 seconds. Gyroscope is climbing the ranks, now in 1st place after moving up 2 spots. A Cironi is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 12. La Roche is sneaking into 3rd. Hippie Langstrom is inching closer to the top, moving up 1 spot to 4th. Hingome Kringleberry is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 7th place. Mai is closing in on Max Spirally, chipping away at the gap by over 6 seconds. Lian Yashin is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 6th place. Josh Biosh is making a bold move, climbing 4 spots to 7th place. Shikamaru is closing in on Max fairly fast, cutting the gap by over 12 seconds. Trash crashed and is climbing 1 position, now sitting in 4th. Scuderia Veloce is on a roll, climbing to 5th place. Hingome Kringleberry is making a charge, now in 8th. Move for Life is also on the move, now in 9th. Congratulations to Gyroscope on winning the race. Looks like they really knew how to take the checkered flag and leave everyone else in the dust. Well done! Wow, Gyroscope took the win, everyone. That was some seriously impressive driving. Congratulations on the victory. And great job to those drivers who earned the right to claim their cars. Scuderia Veloce, you set the fastest lap, so you get that classic 1996 Jordan 96. Nice choice for the speed freaks among us. Hingome Kringleberry, you won the bet race, so you get the 1996 Minardi M1 95. Being not the flashiest, but definitely a cool piece of racing history. Excellent effort all around. Can't wait to see what happens in the next race. Sure. Did you know that the 1972 Ford Torino was actually made famous by the movie Starsky and Hutch? It was the car driven by the iconic cop duo and became a pop culture legend. So, not only did it race on the streets, but it also starred in some pretty fun Hollywood moments. Alright, we've got Tyler in a 1971 Dodge Charger and New for Life in a 1972 Ford Torino, both classic muscle cars. So this is going to be a close one. The Dodge Charger has that iconic, aggressive look and a bit of a reputation for power and speed, so he might have a slight edge in raw performance. But the Ford Torino is no slouch either, known for its solid build and smooth handling. I'd say the Charger might have the upper hand on Dust Bite Speedway because of its horsepower and torque. But if New for Life handles the curves well, anything can happen. I'm betting on the Dodge Charger for a narrow win here. But let's see how these vintage beauties perform. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Dust Bite Speedway and leading the pack is Tyler in a classic 1971 Dodge Charger. He's starting on pole and looks ready to steal the show. Buckle up. Tyler has shot out in front, leading the pack. New for Life is holding strong in second place, trying to keep up. Ren Kaori is currently in third, but I wouldn't count out any quick moves just yet. Ren Kaori and New for Life are nose to nose for second place. Scuderia Veloce is inching up to 6, grabbing one spot. Autumn Thunderbird and Scuderia Veloce are locked in a close fight for 6th. Ren Kaori just overtook someone to move into second place. Maya and New for Life are nose to nose for third. Pippi Langstrom and Maya are locked in a fierce fight for 4th. Ren Kaori and Tyler are nose to nose for the lead. Maya just snuck into third place, climbing one spot. Pippi Langstrom and Move for Life are locked in a close fight for 4th. Ren Kaori just overtook someone to take the lead. Tyler and Ren Kaori are still nose to tail for first place. Move for Life and I are locked in a close fight for third. Maya just overtook for second place. New for Life is right behind in third. Pippi Langstrom and Tyler are nose to tail for 4th. Tyler just snuck into third place. Looks like New for Life and Tyler are locked in a close fight for that spot. Scuderia Veloce is climbing up to 5th, and it's a tight race between Scuderia Veloce and New for Life for 4th. Tales of Sturley is really having a rough time, dropping 6 places to 29. Scuderia Veloz is climbing steadily into 4. Pippi Langstrom is just behind in 5th, inching closer. And Woo for Life is now in 5th place, climbing up 1 spot. Autumn Thunderbird is right behind in 6th. Both racers locked in a close fight for 5th. Pippi Langstrom is really dropping back now, down to 19th. Nerikis just overtook 1 car to climb to 7th. Samun also gained 1 spot, now 8th. Nerikis and Salmon are nose-to-tail fighting for 7th place. Nara Pinkwolf is on a roll, climbing 8 places in no time. Pippi Langstrom is losing ground, dropping 9 spots. Tales of Sturley is closing in fast, cutting nearly 12 seconds off the gap. Nerikis is now in 6th place, closing the gap. Autumn Thunderbird and Nerikis are still nose-to-nose for 6th. Lian Yashin has climbed to 18th, making some moves. Autumn Thunderbird is climbing fast to 5th place. Nara Pinkwolf and Lian Yashin are still locked in a close fight for 18th. Takido Kibri is inching up to 22nd. Starbix is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 23rd. Pippi Langstrom is closing in on Beach Map C fast, cutting the gap by over 5 seconds. Nerikis is climbing up to 6th place, gaining 1 position. Davin Games is charging through the field, now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Not for Life and Nerikis are locked in a fierce duel for 6th place. Jaspan Chakes is climbing up 1 spot to 8th. Damon Samun is climbing to 8th place. Filthy Old Guy is now in 13th. Amy is creeping into 14th. Gatorade Sport is closing in on Bleach Map C, chipping away at the gap by 6 seconds. Davin Games is having a tough time and has dropped 11 places to 29th. Maya and Ren Kaori are locked in a fierce duel for the top spot. Maya and Ren Kaori are nose-to-tail at the front. Just Panchakis and Nungu for Life are swapping positions every other corner. Shattered Pixel just gained 1 spot and is closing in on the top 10. Salmon Zamon is slicing through the field, now in 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maya is climbing steadily, now in 1st place. Just Panchakis and Salmon are nose to tail, fighting for 8th. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. You must be thrilled to leave the rest in the dust. Congratulations to Maya for winning the race. That was an impressive drive, clearly ahead of the pack. Well done. And a big shout out to Everlasting Apex for pulling off the most overtakes today. They can now claim the 1971 Chevrolet Monte Carlo from NASCAR. 1970 type. Nice work on the aggressive moves. Sure thing. Did you know that the Circuit Paul Armagnac is actually a bit of a roller coaster for cars? It's known for its sharp turns and unexpected elevation changes, making it a real challenge even for the most skilled drivers. It's like they took a map of a theme park and said, let's turn this into a racetrack. Definitely one of the more exciting circuits to watch cars battle it out. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. You better make your pick before time runs out and your favorite car gets snatched away. Don't say I didn't warn you. Hey there, Wayne Trinity 4. Glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready to enjoy some high-speed AI action. Sit back and enjoy the race. Oh wow, this is like a classic muscle car showdown from the good old days. Beltane at the Beasts, Pontiac Trans Am definitely has that aggressive look, and some serious heritage, so it's probably got some speed under the hood. But then again, Maya's Dodge Dart Hemi Superstock sounds like a classic sleeper with some hidden power. I'd say the race could be pretty close, but my money is on Beltane the Beast with the Trans Am. That car's got the edge in aerodynamics and likely more horsepower. Still, don't count Maya out just yet. That Dodge is a beast in its own right. Especially on a twisty track like Circuit Paul Armagnac. We'll see who wins. But I'd give a slight edge to Beltane the Beast for that roll muscle car dominance. Alright everyone, we're kicking off at Circuit Paul Armagnac with the 1970 Supercars class. Leading the pack is Lux Ravenous in a classic 1969 Dodge Charger Hemi, starting on pole. Let's see if that muscle car can hold the lead, or if the competition will catch up. Lux Ravenous has taken an early lead. Scuderia Veloz is holding strong in second. Auxwell is currently in third place, trying to keep up with the front runners. Hikori Hamzam is making a nice climb up to 17th place. Pippi Langstrup is gaining ground and now sits in second. The race for the top spot between Pippi Langstrup and Lux Ravenous is heating up, with both pushing hard for first place. Scuderia Veloz is climbing to second place. Moo for Life has inched up to 7. Moo for Life and Shotota Doroka 39 are nose-to-nose for 6. Scuderia Veloce takes the lead, leaving everyone in the dust. Etaplasm climbs to 4th, looking to make a move. Moo for Life advances to 6th, still in the hunt but not quite there yet. Lux Ravenous takes the lead, claiming first place. Shota Todoroki 39 climbs to 6th. Wayne Trinity 4 advances to 13th. Dank Nuggins is holding on to 8th place, but Tyler is right on his tail. Mutuba and Hikari Hamsan are nose to tail for 17th. This race is heating up in the mid-pack. Hingle May Kringleberry is climbing to 9th place. Dank Nuggins and Hingle are nose to nose for that spot. Mutuba is making a move up to 17th. Vintage street cars on this track seem to be a close battle with no clear dominance yet. The mix of muscle and classic cars is keeping the standings tight. Dank Nuggins just climbed 1 spot to 9th place. Bill Hanatis and I are nose to nose for 14. Mutuba and Lien Yoshin are locked in a close fight for 16. Moo for Life just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Moo for Life and Auguswolf Fee are nose to nose for 5th. Tyler and Shotota Doroka 39 are locked in a close fight for 7th. Tyler is climbing up to 7th place. Dank Nuggins is now in 8th. Maya is making a move to 12th. Looks like the race is heating up. Scuderia Veloce is driving a 1969 Chevrolet Camaro Zeta 1, a classic muscle car. They're holding 2nd place, staying close behind the leader. Looks like they're keeping the pace steady, but no overtakes yet. Dank Nuggins just overtook someone to take 7th place. Dank Nuggins and Moo for Life are nose to nose for 6th. This is getting spicy. Tyler just sneaks into 7th place. Dank Nuggins and Tyler are nose to nose for 7th. Ragu climbs 1 spot to 18th. Scuderia Veloce just snuck into 1st place. Dank Nuggins climbing up to 8th. Looks like the race is heating up. Moo for Life is just ahead of Ogswolfie now. Looks like a close fight for 5th place. Ingo McCringleberry and Shotota Doroka 39 are still neck and neck for 9th. Lian Yashin and Mattisbury are trading positions for 14th. Not much room to breathe. Ogswolfie is gaining on Etaplasm, closing the gap to just a 1.5 seconds. They are nose to tail fighting for 4th place. Ingmil McCringleberry has climbed 2 spots and is now in 8th. Ingo McCringleberry is driving a 1968 Dodge Dart Hemi Superstock Tower. Their fastest lap is just under 2 seconds slower than the leader, but they're stuck in 10th place and seem to be struggling to improve their position. Move for Life is climbing up to 5th place. Drago and Belthany Beast are neck and neck for 17th. Basket and Eve and Fragote are fighting it out for 18th. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1968 Dodge Dart Hemi Superstock. Their race looks tight, with a fastest lap just shy of 2 minutes. But they're currently in 10th place and seem to be struggling to improve their position. Shoto Todoroka 39 and Tyler are nose-to-nose for 9th place. Mood Tuba is sneaking into the top 15, climbing 1 spot. Amy has just gained a spot and is now in 10th place. Tyler and Amy are nose-to-nose for 9th. I am climbing up to 11th, inching closer to the top 10. Amy and Tyler are nose-to-nose for 9th place. Shoto Todoroki 39 is climbing up to 11. Wayne Trinity 4 is also on the move, now 13. Congratulations to Scuderia Veloce on their win at Circuit Paul Armagnac. Looks like they really sped their way to victory. Wow! Congratulations to Scuderia Veloce for taking the win. That was some impressive driving. They really showed everyone how it's done. And great job to everyone claiming their cars. Scuderia Veloce, you've earned that vintage Camara's loan with the fastest lap. Maya, you played the game and took home the Dodge Dart Hemi Superstock. Leanne, your overtaking skills are on point, so that Dart is all yours too. Looks like vintage street cars are the real winners today. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 2019 McLaren 720S GT3. It's known for its agility, power, and overall race performance. In a competitive AI race on the Circuito Sagalices, I think it'll handle corners like a champ and accelerate out of them with finesse. Plus, it's got the kind of speed that could make it a strong contender against the more established GT3 competitors here. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time or forever. Hold your peace. Get those selections in before it's too late. Don't make me pick for you. Wow, this is quite the matchup. The IR8 Elmas is a formidable machine, known for its balance and agility, especially in tight corners. Meanwhile, the SCG-003 is a rare and powerful beast, built for speed and raw power. If this were a straight line race, I might lean towards Waintra 94 and the SCG-003 because of its brute force. But on a circuit like Sagalices with plenty of corners and technical sections, Amy's Audi might have the edge thanks to its handling and finesse. Though I'd say it's a close call, but I'd put my chips on Amy and her Audi for potentially taking the win in this one. But hey, that's why we watch, right? Anything can happen. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Circuito Sagalices, and Maya is starting on pole with that sleek 2019 McLaren 720SG T3. Let's see if she can keep that lead, or if the others have tricks up their sleeves. Maya is leading the race right now, followed closely by Scuderia Veloce in second place and Amy in third. The top three are already setting the pace. Leanne Yatin is climbing 2 spots to take 6th place. Hingo McCringleberry and Leanne are nose to nose for 6th. Kanila native Janajatnils for the East 6th. Waifuan is advancing 1 spot to 11. Hingo McCringleberry is climbing up to 6th place. Abumzi is now in 12th, making some progress. Abumzi is driving a Volvo C30 from 2008. They're currently in 14th place, so not quite making the headlines but still in the race. Jude Smoke Ia Blunt is driving a seat, Leon TDI from 2007. He's currently in 10th place, so he's holding steady but not making any big moves. Vilfiol guys gaining on Dude Smoke Ia Blunt, closing the gap to just 1 second. They're locked in a fierce battle for the 13th spot. Wayne Trinan 84 is driving a 2015 SCG-003C, a car known for its sleek design and high performance. They're currently in 4th place, holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead yet. The GT3 cars are dominating the top spots, showing their speed and handling on this circuit. The VTC cars are trailing behind, likely struggling with the track's demands. Wayne Trinity 4 is driving a 2015 SCG-003C, a rare and exotic choice. They're currently in 4th place and just a fraction behind the 3rd place Audi. Looks like a solid race for them so far. Yoongjin's Tort 202 is climbing up to 14th place. Do the Smoky Ablunt is right behind, so this is a close fight for that spot. Hingo Ni Kringleberry is climbing up to 5th place. Dude Smoky Blunt and Youngin Sestor Rule 102 are nose to nose for 14th. Leanne and New for Life are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Due to Smokia Blunt just gained 1 spot and is now in 15th. Abomzi is racing a Volvo C30 from 28. They're currently in the 12th place and seem to be struggling with lap times, as their fastest is over a second slower than others in their class. Jungan Shustor Duo 2 is driving a 2007 C Leon TDI. Looks like they're struggling a bit, currently in 15th place and a few seconds behind the leaders. Maya is cruising at the front with the fastest lap, looking unstoppable unless something dramatic happens. Looks like someone is having a rough time dropping back to 16. Xbasixvich is inching closer to the top 10, now 9th. Life 1 is also climbing up to 10th. The race is heating up. The track's tight corners and elevation changes are favoring the GT3 cars with better handling and speed, keeping the top positions tightly contested. Xbasixvich has climbed to 8th place. Abomzi has moved up to 9th. Life 1 is closing in on Abomzi, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Looks like a tight fight for 10th place. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. You must be thrilled. Congratulations to Maya on winning the race. You really show those cars who's boss. And a shout out to everyone who earned a car today. Maya, since you got the fastest lap, you get the stunning 2019 McLaren 720 CGT. That's a beautiful machine. Perfect for those quick spins. Amy, you took the win in the bet race, so the 2016 Audi R8 LMS is all yours, ready to roar. And Leon, with the most overtakes. The 2012 Nissan GT RGT3 is your prize. Talk about making moves on the track. Great effort all around, and I can't wait to see what you do with those rides. Sure thing. Did you know that the Trans Am racing cars were originally inspired by American muscle cars, like the Ford Mustang and Chevrolet Camaro? They basically took the coolest street cars and turned them into race beasts. It's like giving everyday cars a superhero upgrade on the track. Oh wow! 2 American muscle cars going head-to-head on Tsukuba. This is going to be interesting. The Ford Mustang and Chevrolet Camaro are both powerful beasts. But the Mustang has that bit more agility, and a slightly sharper handling edge, especially on a technical track like Tsukuba. The Camaro is no slouch though. It's got raw power and stability. If I had to throw my chips in the middle, I'd say Amy and the Mustang might have the slight advantage in maneuverability, but Token's Flora might surprise us with that raw horsepower. Honestly, I'd call it a close race, but I'm betting Amy's Mustang might just squeeze ahead in the end. Alright folks, Big Ol' Nerd is taking the pole position in the Trans Am class, zooming off in a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro at Tsukuba. Let's see if that American muscle can hold its lead. Everlasting Apex is leading the pack, followed closely by Big Ol' Nerd in second place. Scuderia Veloce is currently in third. Looks like a tight battle right from the start. Scuderia Veloce is climbing to second place. Maya is now in fourth. Maya and Big Ol' Nerd are nose to nose for third. Casey Wingboy is now in fourth place, closing the gap. Maya and Casey Wingboy are nose to tail for that position. Waldo and Naya are also battling hard for fifth. The fight for these spots is heating up. Lithocarp just climbed one spot to 12th place. Lithocarp and Lian Yoshin are nose to nose for 11. Ihave Eczema also moved up one spot to 14. Lithocarp and Lian Yoshin are locked in a close fight for 11th place. Pippi Langstrom just gained one spot and is now in 14. Ihave Eczema and Pippi Langstrom are battling hard for the 14th position. Waldo is cruising in a Ford Mustang, currently in 6th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite making the move forward. Big Ol' Nerd is leading the race in a Chevrolet Camaro. Looks like they're holding on to that top spot pretty comfortably so far. Vinha 17 is in 10th place with a fastest lap of 1 minute and 1 seconds. Their car is a Chevrolet Camaro, but they seem to be struggling to keep pace with the leaders. Everlasting Apex is leading and has the fastest lap. Looks like he's got the pace to stay in front unless someone else steps up. Amy is in 8th place with a Ford Mustang. Her fastest lap is 10.337, so she's holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Looks like she's hanging in there. New for Life is in 8th place with a fastest lap of 1 minute and 12 seconds. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the pack. The Trans Am cars are closely matched, but the Mustang seems slightly quicker on this track. Track layout favors power and straight line speed, giving the Mustangs an edge over the Camaros. Maya is in 5th place with a fastest lap of 59.448. The car is holding steady but no real threats yet. Looks like a solid mid-race position. Lian Yashin is in a Chevrolet Camaro, starting from the 12th position. She's currently in the 12th place, so she's holding steady but not making much progress. Her lap time is just under a minute, so she's consistent but not exactly blazing a trail. Casey Wingboy is driving a Chevrolet Camaro, and is currently in 3rd place. Looks like they're holding steady and making a solid push forward. Amy is in 8th place with a Ford Mustang, just a bit behind the leaders. Her fastest lap is 0:59.568, so she's holding her own but not quite catching the front pack. Looks like a steady race so far. The tight Silkova circuit is keeping the top positions close, but the Mustangs are showing consistency while the Camaros are trying to catch up. The Trans Am cars are pretty evenly matched on Tsukuba, with close lap times, but the Mustangs seem to have a slight edge in speed. The Camaro drivers are holding steady but not quite pulling ahead. The track favors handling over raw power, so skillful driving is making the difference. Amy is in 8th place with a fastest lap of 59.568 seconds. Her car is a 2021 Ford Mustang, and she's holding steady but not quite challenging the top. Looks like she's keeping it cool in the middle of the pack. Wow. Everlasting Apex really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. I guess they're just unstoppable now. Wow, Everlasting Apex snatched up the victory and got the fastest lap. Amazing job. They definitely earned that crown. And congratulations to Amy for winning the bet race. Nice work proving you're the speed star today. Also, hats off to Scuderia Veloce for the most overtakes. That's some aggressive driving. They get to claim a 2021 Ford Mustang just like the others. What a race! Who's feeling lucky enough to claim a shiny new car next? If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd go with the 2011 Porsche 91199 7G22 RS. It's known for its incredible balance and raw power, perfect for a circuit like Road America, which demands both speed and handling. Plus, that turbocharged engine is just savage on straights and corners alike. I bet it carved through the competition with precision and a bit of that Porsche flair. Hey everyone, if you want to show a little extra support and help keep this chaos going, you can check out the Patreon. It doesn't come with huge rewards or anything fancy, But it's a way to say, hey, I like what you're doing, and I want to help out a bit. No pressure, but it's there if you're feeling generous. Alright folks, listen up. We've got some super exciting special event races happening 3 times a week. On Mondays at 1 p.m., Wednesdays at 7 a.m., and Fridays at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And guess what? All the juicy details are waiting for you on our Discord. It's pretty much the best way to stay in the loop and not miss out on any of the action. These events are no joke, with a full practice and qualifying session to really get those cars dialed in, followed by a marathon race that will test everyone's stamina. So if you're into high-stakes racing and long-haul battles, make sure you join the Discord and mark your calendars. You definitely don't want to miss out on the fun. Alright folks, listen up. If you want to get your favorite car into the race, just type !race, followed by the number of the car on the left side of the screen. And if you're torn between a couple of options, no worries. Just send a separate !race command for each car you like. One of those choices will be picked randomly, so you might end up with a surprise. Remember, you need to type !race for every car you want to enter. Get those commands in, and let's see which sleek machine takes the checkered flag. Welcome back, Dark Liam. Glad to see you back in virtual racing arena. Hope you're ready to see some epic AI cars battling it out. Sit back and enjoy the chaos on the track. Alright everyone, Time is almost up, so if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the moment. Don't let your chance slip away to cheer for the best AI racer out there. Make your picks quick, or you might end up regretting it when the race kicks off. Alright, this is quite the matchup. On one side, we have Shivakala 704 in a 2011 KTM Crossbow R. That car is lightweight, nimble, and built for agility on the track. On the other side, Defector is in a 2001 TVR Tuscan S, which is known for its raw power and distinctive character, but perhaps a little less refined compared to newer model. Considering the track at Road America, which has long straights and tight corners, the KTM might have an edge with its modern design and lighter weight, allowing for quicker turns. But the TVR Tuscan S's raw power could give it a strong push on the straights, potentially making it a surprise contender. If I had to guess, I'd put my chips on Shivakala 704 for a win, thanks to that balance of modern handling and lighter weight. But don't count out Defector just yet. In a race like this, a good driver and a bit of luck can shake things up. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Road America, and our reward for your awesome support is a thrilling showdown in the modern street cars class. Leading the pack from pole position is Elias Sesk in a vintage 26 TV R Sagaris. Let's see if that classic beauty can hold off the competition. Elias Sesk has shot off the line to take the lead. I'm holding second place, trying not to get too comfortable. Pippi Langstrup is currently in third, probably dreaming of a fairy tale finish. Doug Fuyam is on a roll, climbing from behind to 16th place. Gliding Penguin is also making moves, now 24th after overtaking 5 cars. Amy is gaining ground, now 26th after passing 4 cars. Maya takes the lead, moving up 1 spot to claim first place. Eliazisk is right behind, still in the hunt for the top spot. Stankit advances 1 position to 5th, closing in on the front runners. Anarchizik 6 is on the move, climbing 4 spots to 17. Fuderia Veloce is also making progress, overtaking 3 cars to reach 19. Move for Life is gaining ground, passing 4 cars to settle at 22. Shivakai 704 just climbed 1 spot to 22nd place. Mina Mai Styler at 21, and Amy are nose-to-nose for 27th. This race is heating up. Everlasting Apex and Wayne Trinity 4 are nose-to-tail for 8th place. XOSS is climbing up to 12. XOSS and Frogsworth are locked in a close fight for 11th. Scuderia Veloz is driving a Lamborghini Murciélagos V, a classic beast known for its raw power. They're currently in 21st place, so not quite the front runner but still in the mix. Sir Prothry and Elias are nose-to-nose for 2nd place. Stankit just sneaked into 4th. Wayne Trinity 4 is climbing up to 7th. Hey RF Society, great to see you back in the channel. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI action today. Buckle up and enjoy the ride. Sir Prothry just moved up to 2nd place. Stank it is chipping away at Elias's lead, closing in by almost 2 seconds. Silent Fox 213 is gaining on Pippi Langstrom by a little over a second. Those two are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Stankit is closing in on Eliasesk, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. They are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Dylan Fox 213 is sneaking up 1 spot to 5th. Stankit is climbing up to 3rd place. Zion Fox 213 is gaining on Eliasesk, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Amin-san is moving up to 9th place. Frogsworth and XOSS are nose-to-tail for 10th place. Anarchizix and DJ Magacat are locked in a fierce duel for 13th. Relaxed Views climbing up 1 spot to 17. Frogsworth is making a move up to 9th place. Dark William is creeping closer to XOS's, cutting the gap by a second. Jmagishat is on Dark William's tail, closing in by a second and a half. Stankit just overtook Sir Prothry to move into 2nd place. Sir Prothry is fighting back hard, trying to regain that spot. Silent Fox 213 and Eliasesk are nose-to-tail for 4th place. No room for mistakes. Dark Voyam is climbing nicely into the top 10. Jagishat is also making moves, closing in on 11. Aminzan and Dij Magakat are neck and neck for 11th place. Looks like a battle to watch. Exoasis is climbing fast into the top 11. Anarchizix and Relaxed View are both making steady progress into the top 15. Dark William is slicing through the field, closing in on Frogsworth by 1.4 seconds. Relaxed View is climbing the ladder, grabbing the 14th spot. Lian Yashin is gaining ground, moving up 2 places to 16. Lian and Amundsen are nose-to-nose fighting for 15th place. Stanket is gaining on Maya quickly now. Eliasesk is closing in on Seprothri with some serious speed. Silent Fox 213 and Eliasesk are nose to tail for 4th place. Exoasis and Dark Voyam are nose to tail for 10th place. Anarchisix is climbing up to 12th place. Junmagishat and Anarchisix are locked in a close fight for 12th. Jmagishat climbs to 12th place. Relaxed View is catching Anarchisix, gap shrinking by over a second. Aminsan is closing in on Relaxed View, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Amy is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 22nd place. Wayne Trinity 4 and Pippi Langstrom are nose to tail for 6th. Dak Fuyam is gaining ground, moving up to 9th. Wayne Trinity 4 is climbing up to 6th place. Pippi Langstrom and Wayne Trinity 4 are nose to nose for that position. Jmagishat is making a move, now in 11th. Gliding Penguin is on the rise, now in the 17th place after overtaking 3 cars. New for Life is also climbing fast, now in 20th after a similar move. Scuderia Veloz is making a charge, now in 21st, overtaking 3 cars as well. Elias X is gaining on Seprothri, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Dark Voyam is also closing in on Everlasting Apex, same 1.4 second. Hingilma Kringleberry is climbing up 1 spot to 15th place. Sealant Fox 213 is climbing up to 4th place. Nana My Style at 21 and Casey Wingboy are nose to nose for 26th. Casey Wingboy and Shivakali Zone 4 are nose to tail for 25th place. Broxworth is inching closer to Manama Styler 21, cutting the gap by over a second. Amy and Rusna Palm 6 are nose to tail for the 8th place. Shivikali 704 and Defactor are swapping positions for the 24th spot. Eliezesk is climbing to 4th place. Wayne Trinity 4 is now in 5th. Pippi Langstrom is in 6th after moving up 1 spot. Dark William just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Anarchy 6 is climbing fast, now in 10th after gaining 2 spots. Jamichat and Anarchy 6 are nose to nose for 10th. Looks like a battle of patience or chaos. Lian Yashin is climbing to 13th place. Gliding Penguin is sneaking into 14. Hingelme Kringleberry is inching into 15. Looks like everyone's playing musical chairs. Dark William is closing in on Wayne Trinity 4, cutting the gap by 1 second. Axoasis is climbing up to 8th place. Lou for Life is moving up to 15th place. Lockjaw 7 is gaining fast on DV Factor, closing the gap by over 5 seconds. Anarchy 6 is inching closer to Everlasting Apex, cutting it down by just over a second. Relaxed View is making a move on DJ Magacut, narrowing the distance by a second and a half. Dark William is inching closer to Wayne Train 984, closing the gap by a second and a bit. Exoasis and Hippie Langstrump are nose-to-nose for 7th place. Casey Wingboy is charging hard, cutting down the distance to Rose Gold Gaming by over 2 seconds. Shivakailis in 104 is on a roll, moving up to 21st place after overtaking 3 cars. Anarchy 6 is closing in on Everlasting Apex, the gap shrinking by over a second. Gliding Penguin is hot on Lian Yoshin's tail, closing the distance by 2.5 seconds. Dark William is climbing up to 5th place. Exoasis has moved up to 7th. Anarchy 6 is closing in on Everlasting Apex, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Exoasis is closing in on Wayne Train 94, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Rosy Gold Gaming is climbing up 1 spot to take 22nd place. Aminsan and Rosy Gold Gaming are locked in a tight battle for 22nd. Iliasisk is gaining on Sir Prothry, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Gliding Penguin is inching closer to Relaxed View, shaving off 1.2 seconds. Lian Yashin and Gliding Penguin are locked in a tight battle for the 13th spot. Ilyazesk and Sir Prothry are locked in a fierce fight for 3rd place. Dark William is slicing the gap by 2.30 seconds, so expect some fireworks soon. New Vu for Life just gained 1 spot, now sitting in 14th. Exoasis climbing up to 6th place. Scuderia Velois is narrowing the gap to Amy by over a second. Shivakala 704 is catching up to Ren Kaori as well. Anarchizix is gaining on Everlasting Apex, closing the gap to just 1.5 seconds. Relaxed View is hot on Deej Magacat's tail, closing in by almost 2 seconds. Shivikali 104 is inching closer to Rin Kaori, also reducing the gap by a little over a second. Stankit is hot on Maya's tail now, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Dakfuyun is inching closer to Eliazesk, shaving off 1.33 seconds. Anarchy 6 is gaining on Everlasting Apex, also by 1.3 seconds. Those two are locked in a fierce duel for 9th place. Stankit is closing in on Maya fast, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Anarchy 6 is climbing up to 9th place. Relaxed View and DJ Magacat are nose-to-nose for 11th. Relaxed View and Deej Magakat are nose to tail for 11th place. Zealand Fox 213 is trimming the gap to Amundsen by a full second. D-Vector is on the move, climbing up to 27th place after overtaking 3 cars. New for Life and Gliding Penguin are locked in a fierce fight for 13th place. Lian Yashin is closing in on New for Life, gaining a second and a half in the last lap. Risna Palm 6 is driving a 2015 McLaren 540C. They're currently in the 16th place, struggling a bit with a lap time of 2:29.549. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Anarchy 6 is gaining on Pippi Langstrup with a 1.4 second reduction. Rusna Palm 6 is closing in on Lian Yashin with a 2.1 second gain. Ren Kaori is catching up to Amy with a 2-second improvement. Dak Vuyam is closing in on Iliasisk, cutting the gap by 1 second. Anarchy 6 is climbing up to 8th place. Gliding Penguin is moving up to 13th. Dak Voyam and Eliasisk are nose to tail for 4th place. Hinga McCringleberry has gained 1 spot to move into 16th. Amy has also moved up 1 spot into 17th. Gliding Penguin and Relaxed View are nose to nose for 12th place. Rosie Godgaming just climbed to 21st. Nina My Style at 21 also gained a spot, now 22nd. Eliasisk is gaining on Saprothri, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Dougie Chat is chipping away at Everlasting Apex, inching closer. Ren Kaori and Amy are nose to tail for the 17th spot. Looks like a battle for bragging rights. Exoasis is climbing to 5th place. Wayne Train 94 is closing the gap on Dark Vayam, now just 1.6 seconds behind. Gliding Penguin has moved up to 12th place. Wayne Trinity 4 is catching up to Dark William, closing the gap by over a second. Anarchy 6 is right behind Wayne Trinity 4, gaining ground quickly. Pippi Langstrup is closing in on Anarchy 6, making it a 3-way battle for position. Exoases is gaining on Eliasesk, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Anarchy 6 has moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Jmagishat has also moved up 1 spot to 10th place. Gliding Penguin just nudged into the top 10. Yagichat and Gliding Penguin still locked in a close fight for that spot. Relaxed Views closing the gap on Everlasting Apex, now just 1.2 seconds behind. They're battling for the 12th position. Rosie Goldaming is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 18th place. Mina My Style at 21 is also making moves, overtaking 3 cars to land in 90. Dylan Fox Twilin is not far behind, doing the same to reach 20th. The pack is tightening up. New for Life is on a roll, climbing 5 places to 21st. Amin Sun is also making moves, overtaking 3 cars to reach 22nd. Anarchizix is inching closer to the top, moving up 1 spot to 6th. Dave Factor is on the move, climbing 5 places to 22nd. Exoases and Eliasis are locked in a fierce fight for 4th. Gliding Penguin and Pippi Langstrom are neck and neck for 9th. Ren Kaori is driving a 2016 Dodge Viper, a CR. They're currently in the 25th place and have a fastest lap of 2 minutes, 26 seconds, which suggests they're holding their own but not making much progress. Exoases is climbing up to 4th place. Dark William has moved into 6th. Gliding Penguin is making a charge up to 8th. Gliding Penguin advances to 7th place. Pippi Langstrom moves up to 8th. Jameshat climbs to 9th. The race is heating up. Rusna Palm 6 is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 12. Scuderia Veloce is also gaining ground, overtaking 3 cars to reach 14. Lian Yeshin just nudged up 1 spot to 13. Minam Naistyle at 21 is making a nice move up to 16th place. Jmagichat is closing in on Pippi Langstrom, faster than a gossip spreads. Scuderia Veloce is chipping away at Lian Yeshin, with a 3.2 second reduction. New for Life is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 17. Amy is closing in on Defactor fast, cutting the gap by 3.5 seconds. Amy is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 20. Ren Kaori is also making a move, overtaking 3 cars to sit 21. Seprothri is closing the gap on Stankit, shaving off 1.4 seconds. Casey Wingboy is rapidly catching Silent Fox 213, now just over 5 seconds behind. Pippi Langstrom is closing in on Gliding Penguin, cutting the gap to less than 3 seconds. Pippi Langstrom and Gliding Penguin are locked in a fierce fight for 7th place. Dark William is climbing fast into 4th place. Relaxed View and DJ Magacat are nose to nose for 9th. Scuderia Veloce is chipping away at Lian Yashin's lead, closing in by nearly 3 seconds. Relaxed View is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 7th place. Gliding Penguin is gaining ground, moving up 2 places to 5th. Pippi Langstrom is also on the rise, taking the 6th spot after a 2-position jump. Lian Yashin just made a bold move and is now in 8th place. Scuderia Veloce is right behind in 9th, making a charge. Stankit is closing in on me, shrinking the gap by 1.7 seconds. Looks like I better watch my rear view. Move for Life is on a roll, climbing up to 12th place after overtaking 5 cars. Anarchy 6 is making moves to 14th place with 4 overtakes. Wayne 24 is pushing forward to 16th place with 3 overtakes. Wayne 24 is closing in on Rusnapalm 6, cutting the gap by 3.5 seconds. Amy has climbed 1 spot to take 17th place. Ren Kaori is also up 1 spot, now 18th. Gliding Penguin is gaining fast on Dark William, closing the gap by 7 seconds. Silent Fox and 13 is making a move on My Stylo 21, chipping away at 5 seconds. Eliasesk is inching closer to Scuderia Veloce, narrowing the distance by just over a second. Relaxed View is now just a second behind Gliding Penguin. Tmagishat is closing in on XOSS, and the gap is shrinking fast. Zealand Fox 213 is gaining on My Stylo 21, and the distance is getting smaller. Relaxed View is making a bold move up to 2nd place. Pippi Langstrom is also climbing fast into 3rd. Lian Yashin is not far behind, pushing into 4th. Looks like a tight battle for the top spots. Scuderia Veloce is gaining on Stankit and is now right behind. Brogsworth is inching closer to Digafactor, but still a bit behind. Iliasesk is climbing to 8th place. Move for Life is now 9th after a 2-spot jump. XOSC is closing in on Dark William, chipping away at the gap by 1.3 seconds. Scuderia Veloce and Stankit are neck and neck for 5th place. Iliasesk is closing in on Saprothri, slicing the gap by almost 2 seconds. XOSS is climbing fast, jumping 2 spots to 10th. Lian Yashin is closing in on Pippi Langstrom, cutting the gap by a second. Scuderia Veloce has moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Stankit and Scuderia Veloce are battling it out for 5th place, nose to tail. Pippi Langstrom is closing in on Relaxed View, cutting the gap by 5.7 seconds. Anarchy 6 is gaining on XOSS, narrowing it down by 1.7 seconds. Rusnapalm 6 is climbing 1 spot to 14th place. Lian Yashin is gaining on Pippi Langstrom, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Saprothri is creeping up on Stankit, just 1 second behind. Eliasesk is also on the move, closing in on Saprothri by a second. Lian Yashin is closing in on Pippi Langstrom, with a 1.8 second gap. Stankit has moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Amy has also gained 1 spot, now in 14th place. Saprothri is closing in on Scuderia Veloce, fast enough to make it interesting. Rusnapalm 6 just climbed 1 spot to 14th place, not bad at all. Saprothri is now in 6th place. Eliasesk has moved into 7th. New for Life is in 8th. Looks like everyone's climbing steadily. Rosegod Gaming is closing in on Scuderia Veloz. Fast enough to make a pit stop look like a walk in the park. Stankit, it is gaining ground on Lian Yashin with a 2.1 second reduction, so expect some serious wheel-to-wheel action soon. Anarchizix just moved up one spot to take 10th place. So they're not just climbing the ranks but doing it with style. Jamagishat is really having a rough time dropping to 24th. Casey Wingboy is closing the distance fast, just 5.8 seconds behind now. Everlasting Apex is climbing up to 17th, making some moves. Stankit is closing in on Lian Yashin. Fast, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. XOSAs is gaining on New for Life, now by just over a second. Rosego Daming is climbing up to 18th place, making moves through the pack. Maya is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Lian Yashin is closing in on Pippi Langstrumpf with a 1 second gain. Gliding Penguin is closing the gap on Anarchizix by 2:30 seconds. Dark Viam has moved up one spot into 13th place. Dark Viam is driving a Lamborghini Murcielago SV. They're currently in the 13th position and running a lap time of nearly 2 minutes and 27 seconds. Looks like a solid but not spectacular race so far. New for Life is catching up to Elias Sesk and closing the gap quickly. Rosegol Gaming is making a move on Everlasting Apex. Jmagishat is sneaking up on Shivakala 704. Maya is comfortably leading with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. XOSS is closing in on New for Life and Elias Sesk, cutting the gap by a full second. Dark Fuyam and Rusnapalm 6 are nose to tail for 12th place. No room for error. Lian Yashin is gaining on Pippi Langstrumpf with a 1.1 second gap. Eliazesk is closing in on Sapro 3 by 1.2 seconds. Jagishat has climbed one spot to 23rd place. Jagikat and Mina Maistyla 21 are nose-to-nose fighting for 22nd place. Lian Yashin is closing in on Pippi Langstrumpf, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Now for Life is climbing up one spot to take 7th place. Eliazesk and New for Life are locked in a tight battle for 7th, so expect some fireworks soon. Lian Yashin is climbing to 3rd place. Stankit is now in 4th. Eliazesk has moved up to 7th. Exoasis is on a roll, climbing to 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Sir Prothry just moved up one spot to 5th. Eliasisk is closing the gap on Exo-Assist by a second and a half, so expect some action soon. Dark Voyam is climbing fast into the top 10. Rusnapalmzix is making a steady move into the middle of the pack. Amy is inching closer to the top 15. Exo-Assist just moved up one spot to 5th place. Sir Pro 3 and Exo-Assist are nose to nose for 5th. Anarchy 6 is chipping away at Elias's lead, now just 1.3 seconds behind. Casey Wingboy climbs one spot to 23. Broxworth is narrowing the gap on Amundsen by 1.7 seconds. Your name is Tyler and you're racing a Porsche 911 991 GT3. You're currently in the 8th place and your fastest lap is 2:28.28. The race looks tight with a lot of close battles. Exo-Assist is closing in on Stankit, chipping away at the gap by 130 seconds. Gliding Penguin and Anarchy 66 are locked in a fierce fight for 8th place. Amundsen is making moves, climbing 2 spots to reach 25th. Stankit is climbing fast into 2nd place. Jagisha and Hingle McCringleberry are neck and neck for the last few spots. Exo-Assist is closing in on Leon Yashin fast, cutting the gap by 6.6 seconds. Anarchy 6 just moved up one spot to 7th place. Gliding Penguin also gained one position, now 8. Exo-Assist is climbing to 3rd place. Sir Pro 3 and Anarchy 6 are neck and neck for 4th. Looks like a tight squeeze there. Rosé Gotgaming is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 14. Jankit is closing in on me, shrinking the gap by over 2 seconds. Anarchy 6 just moved up 1 place to 4th. Jnagishat is on a roll, climbing 4 places in a flash. Scuderia Veloz nudges into the top 15. Hingle McCringleberry also sneaks up 1 spot, now in the 19. Darkfuaim is chipping away at Eliasisk's lead, closing in by 1.4 seconds. Scuderia Veloz is narrowing the gap on Everlasting Apex by 1.1 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up 1 spot to take the 17th place. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Scuderia Veloce, closing the distance by 1 second. New for Life is hot on Shiva Kaila 704's tail, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Silent Fox 213 is rapidly catching Casey Wingboy, closing the gap by over 10 seconds. Exo-Assist is gaining on Stankit, narrowing it down by just over a second. Day Factor is inching closer to Amundsen, cutting the distance by 1.5 seconds. Scuderia Veloce is right behind Everlasting Apex now, just a blink away. Zealand Fox 213 is gaining on Casey Wingboy, closing the gap steadily. D Factor is inching closer to Amundsen, making a move possible soon. Gliding Penguin is now in 5th place. Elias Esk is closing the gap on Sir Pro 3, less than 3 seconds behind. Ren Kaori has moved into 10th place. Elias Esk is gaining on Sir Pro 3, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Rosigo Daming is inching closer to Pippi Langstrup with a 1.1 second reduction. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 16th place, moving up 1 spot. Exoasis is gaining on Stankit, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Elias Esk is chipping away at Saprothri, narrowing it by 2.6 seconds. Rosie Goldgaming is climbing up 1 spot to 12th place. Exoasis is gaining on Stankit, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Jagishat is also closing in on Manamai Style at 24, same 1.1 seconds. Silent Fox 213 is climbing 2 spots to reach 23rd place. Dylan Fox 213 is closing in on Amy Fast, the gap shrinking by 8.6 seconds. Elias Esk is gaining on Sir Pro 3, closing the distance by a second. Rin Kaori is right behind Rusna Palm 6, closing in by 1.1 seconds. Rin Kaori and Rusna Palm 6 are in a tight fight for 9th place. Rusna Palm 6 is climbing to 8th place. Wayne Trinity 4 is closing the gap on Ren Kaori by 2.6 seconds. Day Factor is advancing 2 spots to 25th. Stankit is closing in on Maya fast enough to make her sweat. Rusna Palm 6 is chipping away at Eliesk's lead, not giving up. Wayne Trinity 4 just snuck into the top 10, climbing 1 spot. Looks like he's got some momentum. Minamai Style at 21 is climbing to 15th place. Dagishat is now 16th place after gaining 2 spots. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Dija Magacat, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Everlasting Apex and Pippi Langstrup are nose to tail for 12th place. Mina Maya Style at 21 is creeping up on Scuderia Veloz and has shaved off a 2nd and a 3rd. Relaxed View is inching closer to Enwu for Life and has cut the gap by a little over a second. Exoasis is gaining on Stankit, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Pippi Langstrup is creeping up on Rosagol Gaming, cutting it down by 2.3 seconds. Minamai Style at 21 is inching closer to Scuderia Veloz, narrowing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Wayne Trinity 4 is gaining on Dark Fuyam, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Relaxed View is catching up to Hingle McCringleberry, narrowing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Brogsworth is closing in on Amundsen, reducing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Over Life is gaining on DJ Megacat, closing the gap to just a second. Amy is catching up to Lian Yashin quickly, less than 2 seconds behind now. Brogsworth is making a move on Amundsen, closing the distance by 2 seconds. Scuderia Veloce just snuck into the top 12, overtaking 3 cars in a flash. Rusegod Gaming is now in 10th place, climbing steadily. Pippi Langstrom is closing the gap fast, trimming it down by 3.4 seconds. Looks like a battle is brewing. Exoasis is inching closer to Stankit, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Moo for Life has climbed 1 spot to take 15th place. Relaxed View is also up 1 spot, now in 17th. Anarchisix is closing in on XOSS fast, just 13.2 seconds behind now. Everlasting Apex has moved up 1 spot to 12. Pippi Langstrom and Everlasting Apex are nose to nose for 12. Sir Pro3 is closing in on Anarchisix fast, just 6.9 seconds behind now. Gliding Penguin has climbed 1 spot, and is now in 4th place. Miname Styler 21 is gaining on Pippi Langstrom, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Move for Life is gaining ground on Miname Styler 21, closing a gap to just a second. They're nose to nose for the 14th spot. Amy is chopping down the distance to Lian Yashin, closing it by over a second. Wayne Train 4 is driving a 2015 Jaguar F-Type Project 7. They're currently in 8th place, hanging around the middle of the pack, with a fastest lap of 2:28.812. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much noise. Gliding Penguin is now just a second behind XOSS. Wu for Life has climbed 2 spots to take the 13th position. Minami Styler 21 and Mu for Life are nose to tail for the same spot. Eliazisk is gaining on Sir Pro3, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Minami Styler 21 has climbed 1 spot to 13. Yagichat has also moved up 1 spot to 15. Shivikala 704 is gaining fast on Silent Fox 213, closing the gap by nearly 9 seconds. Everlasting Apex is inching closer to Scuderia Veloce, shaving off a little over a second. Amy is catching up to Lian Yashin, narrowing the distance by just over a second. Gliding Penguin is now in 3rd place. Rusna Palm 6 is narrowing the distance to LESS by 1.3 seconds. Scuderia Veloce is also closing in on Rose Gold Gaming, cutting the gap by the same amount. Sir Prothry is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Pippi Langstrumpf and Diegekat are neck and neck for 15. Dark William is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 5th place. Sir Prothry nudges up 1 to 4th. Things are heating up. Scuderia Veloz is climbing up to 8th place. Dylan Fox 213 is right behind Casey Wingboy now, just a few seconds apart. Everlasting Apex is on a roll, climbing to 8th place. New for Life is not far behind, grabbing 9th after overtaking 5 cars. Pippi Langstrumpf is making a move too, now in 12th after passing 4 cars. Relax View is climbing fast, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Lian Yashishin is also on the move, passing 5 cars to reach 13th. Ren Kaori is not far behind, doing the same, and now in 14th. Sir Prothry is now just a few seconds behind Gliding Penguin. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining rapidly on DJ Miget. Silent Fox 213 is closing in on Casey Wingboy. The chase is heating up. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Digimagacat fast, just 6 seconds behind now. Sir Prothry is gaining on Gliding Penguin, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. New for Life is climbing up to 8th place, making moves up the ranks. Everlasting Apex is climbing to 8th place. Silent Fox 213 is making a move to 24th. Lockjam 7 is chipping away at Frogsworth, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. New for Life and Everlasting Apex are nose to nose for 8th place. Ren Kaori is gaining on Lian Yashin, closing the gap by just over a second. Shuvikalas 704 is inching closer to Rosa Goldgaming, also cutting down the distance by a second. Gliding Penguin is really hunting down Stank-It now. Relaxed View just sneaked into 9th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 10th. Gliding Penguin is right behind Stank-It now, just a second and a half away. Dark YM is closing in on Sir Prothry quickly, less than a second behind. Anarchy 6 is climbing up the ladder, moving into 11th place. Dark William is closing in on Sir Prothry, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. Anarchy 6 is climbing up to 10th place. Lian Yashin is moving up to 11th place. Dave Factor is driving a 2001 TVR Tuscan S. Their race seems to be a bit of a struggle. Currently in 8th place from the back, with a lap time over 2 seconds slower than the leader. Gliding Penguin is driving a Ferrari 458 Special, and is currently in 3rd place. They started way back in 29th and are making a solid climb up the field. Looks like they're pushing hard with a fastest lap of 2 minutes 25 seconds. Exoasis is gaining on Dark William fast, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Amy has moved up 1 spot to 13th place. Amy and Pippi Langstrump are nose-to-nose fighting for 12th. Exoasis is on a roll, climbing to 3rd place after overtaking 3 cars. Everlasting Apex is chipping away at Scuderia Veloci's lead, closing in by over a second and a third. Anarchizix is hot on Relaxed View's tail, also closing in by the same margin. Scuderia Veloz is making a move, now in 4th place. Everlasting Apex is right behind, climbing to 5th. Relaxed View is also on the rise, now in 6th. The pack is tightening up nicely. Rusnapalm 6 is slicing through the track, closing in on Dark VM by 5 seconds. Relaxed View is inching closer to Everlasting Apex, just over a second behind. Ren Kaori is climbing up the ranks, now in 11th place. Ren Kaori and Amy are nose-to-nose for 10th place. This is getting interesting. Exoasis is closing in on Stankit, and the gap is shrinking fast. Anarchizix just moved up 1 spot to 6th place. Iliasisk is gaining on Pippi Langstrump, and the gap is down to 1.3 seconds. Exoasis is right behind Stankit now, just a blink away. Amy is catching up to Linyoshin at a decent pace. Sir Prothry is inching closer to Iliasesk, but not quite ready to overtake yet. Anarchizix is climbing up to 5th place. Relaxed View is now 6th. Gliding Penguin is catching Everlasting Apex, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Pippi Langstrump is driving a 2006 Lamborghini Murcielago. They're currently in the 13th place and seem to be struggling with the pace, their fastest lap being over 30 seconds. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Anarchizix is gaining on Scuderia Veloz and closing the gap quickly. Shivika 704 is inching closer to Rosa Golgamane, making it interesting. Silent Fox 2 is really closing in on Hingle McCringleberry. Looks like a move might be coming soon. Anarchizix is gaining on Scuderia Veloz, like a heat-seeking missile. Gliding Penguin and Everlasting Apex are neck and neck for 7th place. Looks like a photo finish. Rain Kaori is closing the gap on Amy fast enough to make her sweat, and they're battling for 10th. Anarchizix is having a rough time dropping back to 11th place. Exoasis is closing in on Stankit, shrinking the gap by 140 seconds. Relaxed View is climbing up to 5th place, making some moves. Pippi Langstrump is climbing to 11th place. Iliasesk is now 12th. Sir Prothry has moved into 13th. Looks like everyone's making a little progress. Wayne Trinity 4 is climbing to 16th place. Ruzigod Gaming is making a move to 17th place. Shivikali 704 is pushing up to 18th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is gaining on Amy fast, closing the gap by over 6 seconds. Lockjan 7 is hot on Frogsworth's tail, narrowing it by nearly 6 seconds. Lian Yashin is creeping up on Everlasting Apex, but only by a small margin of 1.3 seconds. Relaxed View is gaining on Gliding Penguin, closing the gap by 12 seconds. Eliazesk is making moves, overtaking 4 cars to reach the 8th place. Gliding Penguin is climbing 2 spots to secure the 4th position. Dark William is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 12. Stank it is closing in on Maya, shrinking the gap by over a second. Pippi Langstrumpf is making moves now in 9th place. Rosego Deming is climbing fast, now in 14th place. Move for Life is also on the move, now in 15th. Menamaistyle at 21 is gaining ground, now in 16th. The battle for position is heating up. Hingle McCringleberry is on a roll, climbing up to 19th place. Rusna Pomsix and Pippi Langstrumpf are nose-to-nose for 10th. Dark William is inching closer to Rusna Pomsix, closing the gap by over a second. Rusna Pomsix is climbing to 10th place. Dark William is also moving up, now in 11th. Pippi Langstrumpf and Dark William are nose to tail for 11th. Amy is in 8th place with a Dodge Viper, a CR from 2016. She's currently the fastest among the Vipers, but still a bit behind the leaders. Looks like she's holding her own, but needs a little more push to climb higher. Dark William and Rusna Pomsix are battling fiercely for 10th place. Amy is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry and has cut the gap by 1.2 seconds. Dark William and Rusna Pomsix are battling hard for 10th place. Wayne Trinity 4 is closing in on Pippi Langstrumpf, cutting the gap by a second. Anarchizix is gaining on Aminsan, closing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Rusna Pomsix just moved up to 9th place. Dark William and Saprothri are still neck and neck for 10th. Wayne Trinity 4 is closing in on Pippi Langstrumpf, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Gliding Penguin is inching closer to XOS's, cutting the gap by over a second. Anarchy 6 is climbing 2 spots, now in 25th. Frogsworth is gaining on Aminsan with a big chunk of time coming down. Go for Life is inching closer to Rose Gold Gumming. Anarchizix is catching Casey Wingboy fast. Rusna Pomsix is closing in on Eliasesk, cutting the gap by 2.3 seconds. Dark William is climbing up to 10th place. Nunwu for Life is moving up to 14th place. Pippi Langström just overtook someone to move into 11th place. So Pro 3 and Pippi Langström still neck and neck for that spot. Shivakaili 704 is closing the gap on everlasting apex, cutting it down by nearly 2 seconds. Gliding Penguin is gaining on Exoases, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Iliasesk is chipping away at Renkauri, closing in by 2.6 seconds. So Pro 3 is climbing up to 11th place, making moves. The track's tight corners and elevation changes are favoring the more agile cars like the Ferrari and Lamborghini. It's also making overtakes tricky, so staying consistent is key. Stankit is really eyeing Maya now, closing in by 1.5 seconds. Gliding Penguin is right behind Exoases, chipping away at the gap by 140 seconds. Iliasesk just made a move up 1 spot to take 7th place. Wow, look at that! Maya just took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Wow, Maya, you absolutely crushed it. Congratulations on winning the race. That was some seriously impressive driving. And a big shout out to Shivakailo 704 for winning the bet race. You've earned yourself that 2011 KTM Crossbow R. Nice job. Now, who's next to claim these shiny rides? Sure thing. Did you know that the Zolder track has a pretty wild history with racing accidents? It's famous for some intense moments, especially around the high-speed corners. But what's really fun is that the track was used for Formula 1 races back in the day, and it's known for its challenging layout that keeps drivers on their toes. So, every time I see these AI cars tackle Zolder, I'm just waiting for a little drama to break out. Well, looking at the stats, Everlasting Apex has some experience under their belt with 30 races, even if the win count isn't sky high. That suggests they might have a decent grasp on the car and the track. On the other hand, 2Ps into podcast is pretty much an unknown, so that makes them a wild card. I'd say Everlasting Apex probably has the upper hand here, but don't count out the mysterious rookie just yet. Anything can happen at Zolder, especially with AI driving. Alright folks, the race at Zolder is underway, and Everlasting Apex is starting strong on pole. In a 2014 Dallara I-15. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead, or if the AI magic will shake things up. Everlasting Apex is leading the race, followed closely by 2 Peasant Podcast in second place. Marriott Society is currently in third. Looks like a tight battle right from the start. Ogaswalthi is climbing fast into 9th place. Tokido Kibre is making a big move, now in 10th after overtaking 7 cars. Unistix is also on the rise, now in 12th after passing 3 cars. Apria Dope is on fire, climbing 8 places to 10th. Ikar77 is also making moves, overtaking 6 cars to get 11. Lian Yashin is gaining ground, passing 8 cars to reach 13th. Dr. Monkey 13 is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 20. Everlasting Apex is making a move, overtaking 5 cars to settle in 22. Dulwich Adon in 81 is also gaining ground, passing 5 cars to reach 24. Two Peas into Podcast is dropping back to 8th place. Hippie Langstrom is climbing to 1st place. Mirror of Society is moving up to 2nd. Lian Yashin just made a bold move and is now in 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Mirror of Society and Pippi Langstrom are nose-to-nose at the front, fighting for the lead. Dehyper7 has gained 1 spot and is now in 5th place. Dehyper7 and Wolf's Light are still locked in a close duel for 4th place. Car 77 is climbing fast, now in 11th place after passing 3 cars. Marif Society and Pippi Langstrump are neck and neck at the top. Thehiper 7 just gained 2 spots and is now in 3rd. Thehiper 7 and NRF Society are locked in a fierce fight for 2nd place. Hey everyone! It seems like the stream decided to take an unscheduled nap. Don't worry, I'm on it, and should have us back racing in no time. Grab a snack, maybe chat among yourselves, I'll be right back with the action. Hey everyone, great news! The stream is now fixed and ready to go. Thanks for hanging in there with me. Let's jump back into these races and see which car comes out on top. Grab your snacks and get comfortable, because the AI is about to give us some more spectacular crashes and unexpected winners. Let's do this! Actually, the Fort Wayne Oval track has a pretty interesting history. It used to be a bustling hub for local racing events. But did you know it was originally built back in the early 1900s and has seen everything from traditional car races to some of the earliest forms of motor racing in the region. It's like a dusty old racing relic that's been around for over a century, quietly witnessing a ton of racing action. Alright everyone, last chance to pick your favorite car. The countdown is almost done, so make your decision now, or forever hold your peace. Don't miss out on the fun. Oh wow. This is a classic showdown. The 1970 Opel Commodore has that vintage charm and likely a good amount of torque. But the Ford Escort Mark I Zack Speed is known for its agility and racing pedigree. If I had to pick, I'd say the Ford Escort might have the edge on a smaller, tighter oval like Fort Wayne because of its nimbleness. But hey, with AI driving these beauties, anything can happen. Let's see which one can outmaneuver the other. Alright everyone. The race kicks off at Fort Wayne Oval, and leading the pack is the all-random Scuderia Veloce car. A sleek 2014 BMW M235 iRacing. Looks like they're in a great spot to set the tone for this race. The race kicks off with Scuderia Veloce leading the pack, followed closely by Hellskank in second place, and Cirque Minguit holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. Wayne 24 is on a roll, climbing to third place after overtaking 4 cars. Hingle McCringleberry is making a strong push, moving up 3 spots to 9th. Mutuba is also gaining ground, overtaking 6 cars to settle into 12th. Immobius is making a charge, climbing 3 spots to 12. Wayne Trinity 4 is holding strong at the front, moving up 2 to take the lead. Cirque Minguit is inching closer to the top, gaining 1 spot to sit third. Meanwhile, Cirque Minguit and Scuderia Veloce are locked in a close duel for second place. Aminsan just blitzed through 7 cars to grab 8th place. Cirque Minguit is climbing steadily into second. Amy is making a move up to 4th, leaving some behind. Mobius is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 9th place. Pippi Langstrup is gaining ground, moving 2 spots to 4th. Crystal 33 is inching up 1 spot to 6th. Merchicken Live is making a bold move into the top 10. Down Talk West is on a charge, climbing 9 spots. Imobius is inching closer to the top, just 1 behind. The battle between Imobius and Hingle McCringleberry for 7th place is heating up. Looks like a tight finish coming. Aminzan is on a roll, climbing 5 places to 6. Pippi Langstrup is dropping back, now in 10th after losing 6 positions. Official Class Live is making moves, jumping 3 spots to 12. Zerka Mingate is closing in on Wayne Train 94 fast, just 14 seconds behind now. Aminzan is on the move, overtaking 3 cars to grab 3rd place. Mutuba is also making a move, passing 3 cars to sit in 8th. Aminzan is closing in on Serkamingate fast, just 5.3 seconds behind now. Someone just overtook 3 cars in one move to grab the 15th spot. Pippi Langstrup is having a rough time, and has dropped 10 places to 25th. Leon Yashin is making a strong move, climbing up to 14th place. Dank Nuggins is also on the rise, overtaking 7 cars to reach 15th. GC Productions is gaining ground, passing 5 cars to settle into 18th. The race is heating up. Amy is dropping like a stone to 9 places behind. Aminzan just snuck into 2nd place. Scuderia Veloce is climbing 2 spots to secure 4th. Hingham McCringleberry and Scuderia Veloce are nose to tail for 4th place. Mutuba just gained a spot and is now 6th. Mutuba and Hingle McCringleberry are also fighting for 5th, so expect some fireworks there. Crystal 33 is really dropping back now, down to 17. Mutuba is climbing nicely, up to 4th. Scuderia Veloce and Mutuba are nose to tail for that 4th spot. Looks like a battle is brewing. Aminzan is closing in on Wayne Train 94, cutting the gap by 5.1 seconds. Crystal 33 is dropping back 6 positions to 23rd. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up 1 spot to 5th place. Wow, Wayne Train 94 really took the checkered flag. Guess all those laps paid off. Congrats on the win. Wow! Wayne Train 94 really took the checkered flag and snagged the victory. Congratulations on the win. And hey, since you set the fastest lap, you get to claim this sleek 2014 Toyota TS 040 Hybrid. That's pretty awesome. I mean, Sam, you're not just hanging around, you're making moves with the most overtakes. Nice job. You get to claim the same model car, the 2014 Toyota TS040 Hybrid. Looks like both of you are driving away with some serious prizes today. Alright everyone, you've got just a few seconds left to pick your favorite car before the race begins. If you haven't made your choice yet, now's the time to jump in and make it happen. Don't miss out on the chance to see who comes out on top in this AI-powered showdown. Alright, so we've got new for life in a classic 1992 BMW 318. I and beef sliders in the 1993 Toyota Carina EGTI Wit. Both cars are pretty old school, but the BMW 318 I should have a slight edge with its reputation for handling and driving enjoyment. The Carina EGT might be a bit more tricky to handle on the twists and turns of Rio, considering it's not exactly a racing beast. I'd put my money on New for Life taking a narrow lead. But this race could surprise us if beef sliders can make clever moves around those tight corners. Either way, it's going to be fun to watch these vintage rides give it their all. Alright, everyone, the race is kicking off at Rio de Janeiro, and Amy is starting on pole with a classic 1996 Vauxhall Vectra. Let's see if that old school charm can overcome the modern competition. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Scuderia Veloce in second and Lian Yashin in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Lian Yashin is now in second place. New for Life is in fifth. And I am climbing to sixth. Looks like a little shuffle at the middle of the pack. Ingle McCringleberry and Beef Sliders are nose-to-nose for 7th place. Official Classe 11 Henfatig are locked in a close fight for 13th. Ingle McCringleberry just nudged ahead of Beef Sliders and now sits in 7th place. They are nose-to-nose, battling for that spot. Who will blink first? Maya and Trifinity 3 are nose-to-tail for 5th place. Brenda Worcester is inching up to 16. New for Life is gaining ground on Scuderia Veloce, and the gap is shrinking fast. They are locked in a fierce fight for 3rd place. Trifinity 3 is climbing to 4th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is also moving up to 8th. Beef Sliders and Pippi are nose to tail for 8th. Beef Sliders just overtook someone to take 8th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is right behind. Both of them locked in a close fight for that spot. Maya is holding a slim lead over Nufeli for 5th place. Pippi Langstrumpf just overtook someone to claim 8th place. Beef Sliders and Pippi Langstrumpf are nose to nose for 8th position. Maya is now in 5th place, climbing up 1 spot. Skakes' Beau Prix has moved into 9th place, also up 1 spot. Brandobuster is in 16th place, gaining 1 position. Pippi Langstrumpf is driving a 1993 Toyota Carina e-GTI. They're currently in 9th place and seem to be holding steady without any major moves so far. Chris Gopher is driving a 1999 Citroën Xterra d'automne. They're currently in the 17th place and seem to be holding steady without major moves. Pippi Langstrumpf's car is a 1993 Toyota Carina e-GTI. They are currently in 8th place and seem to be holding steady, but no major moves yet. New for Life is driving a 1992 BMW 318i1. They're currently in 7th place and seem to be holding their position without much drama so far. Brandobuster is racing a 1995 Seat Ibiza Data. They're currently in the 18th spot and seem to be stuck in the middle of the pack, probably waiting for a chance to make a move. Nexa Romaval is driving a 1995 Seat Ibiza in Group N 3rd place, and seem to be holding their position without much drama so far. Scuderia Veloce is currently in 3rd place with a 1994 Alfa Romeo 155 TS. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead. The Alfa Romeo 155 TS is known for its agility, so maybe they're saving some for a late push. Wow, Amy, you really sprinted your way to victory. Congratulations on winning the race. Wow, Amy took the win. Congratulations on that fantastic race effort. You really earned it. And great news for the drivers. Amy, since you clocked the fastest lap, you can claim the classic 1996 Vauxhall Vectra from BTCC Maya. Since you made the most overtakes, you get to claim the 1993 Peugeot 405, also from BTC. Looks like some sweet rides are up for grabs today. Keep it coming, everyone! If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1972 Ford Torino. It has that slightly newer edge, and I imagine it might have a bit more modern engineering under its belt to keep it competitive. The others are all classic muscle cars, but those years were pretty much all about raw power rather than finesse. So the Ford might just have that little extra to edge out the competitors on a circuit like Eastern Creek. Oh, this is a classic showdown, isn't it? Ingle McCringleberry and that AMC Matador versus me in the Ford Torino. Now, if we're talking pure power and speed, the Torino has a bit of a reputation for muscle, but the Matador has that underdog charm. Given the cars and the track, I'd say the Torino might just have the edge unless Hingle pulls off some sneaky moves. Still, anything can happen in AI land. Buckle up everyone, this is going to be interesting. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Eastern Creek on the Brabham track. Pippi Langstrup is leading the way in pole position, behind the wheel of a classic 1971 Dodge Charger in the NASCAR 1970 class. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the pack will catch up. Pippi Langstrup is leading the race, followed closely by Amy in second place. Uncle Tobin is holding on to third for now, but expect some action to shake things up soon. Elizatona 1095 is on a roll, climbing up to 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maya is making a move, overtaking 6 cars to reach 10th place. Scuderia Veloce is inching forward, moving up 1 spot to 4th. Casey Wingboy and Schmerzenlev are nose to tail for 5th place. Tyler Drums 31 is climbing up to 8th. Gavensero Guy is inching into 10th. Gavensero Guy advances to 9th place. Buboteza moves up 1 spot to 14th. Simplamakers and Buboti are nose to tail for the 14th position. Five N Zero Guy and Tyler Drums 31 are nose to tail for 8th place. Simplamakers and Buboti are locked in a close fight for 13th. Simplamakers and Buboti are nose to tail for 13th place. Rafael is climbing up 1 spot to 19. Simplamakers just overtook Bubote and is now in 13th place. They are nose to nose in that tight battle for that spot. Maya is starting from the back, so she's got some ground to make up. Ingle McCringleberry is a few spots ahead, but not in the lead. It's anyone's race at this point. Vanuna 1857 is driving a Dodge Charger, starting in 6th place. Looks like they're holding steady but haven't made a move yet. Pippi Langstrump is making a move on Amy for the lead. Amy is holding her ground for now, but Pippi is closing in fast. Maya is cruising in the middle of the pack, keeping an eye on the chaos ahead. Pippi Langstrump is making a move to take the lead. Nedzira Obstarks is climbing fast, now in the top 15. Elizitone 95 is driving a Chevrolet Monte Carlo and is currently in 11th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Maya is currently in 15th place driving a Ford Torino. Looks like the race is a bit of a crawl for her, but she's still in the mix. The track's tight turns seem to favor Mercury Cyclone drivers with multiple in the top 6, while Dodge Chargers are holding steady at the front. Maya is now in 10th place, closing in on Elizitone 1095. The fight for 10th is heating up with Maya and Elizitone 1095 battling closely. PCRR and Nunwu for life are neck and neck for 20th. Casey Wingboy is driving a Mercury Cyclone and is currently in 7th place. Looks like he's hanging in there but not quite breaking away from the pack. Pippi Langstrump is leading the race in a 1971 Dodge Charger from the NASCAR 1970 class. Their fastest lap is 2 minutes 18.667 seconds. The race looks smooth for them so far, maintaining a solid lead. Scuderia Veloce is now in 3rd place. Casey Wingboy has moved up to 5th. Casey Wingboy and Uncle Tobin are nose to nose for 4th. Schmerzen Live is climbing up to 5th place. Popcorn Slayer and Simple Markers are nose to nose for 12th. HP Lootcraft is inching into the top 20. Scuderia Veloce is driving a Mercury Cyclone and is currently in 3rd place. They're running a solid race with a fastest lap just shy of 2 minutes 19 seconds. Looks like they're holding their own but not quite catching the leaders yet. Hingle McCringleberries, AMC, Matador, is currently in the 18th place, with a slow lap time of over 2 minutes and 23 seconds. Looks like they're struggling to keep up today. Lian Yashin is racing a 1972 Ford Torino, which is a step ahead of the rest of the pack in terms of model year. She's currently in 17th place, but her lap time of 2 minutes and 19 seconds suggests she's not exactly setting the pace. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the earlier models. Wow! Pippi Langstrump just took the checkered flag. Looks like she's got the racing magic. Well done, champion. Wow! Pippi Langstrump just took the checkered flag. That's quite the feat. Congratulations to them for an impressive race. As for the winners of the car, Maya, congratulations on winning the bet race. You can now claim the 1971 Ford Torino. Looks like luck is on your side today. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Paul Ricard circuit, I'd probably go with the 1970 Ford Mustang Boss. It's got that classic muscle car charm, and I imagine it handled the curves better than some of the older, more straight-line focused models. The rest of these cars are all pretty iconic and could put up a good fight, but the Mustang Boss has that combination of power and agility that might just give it the edge on a track like Paul Ricard. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that you've got only a few seconds left to pick your favorite car. So, if you haven't chosen yet, now's the time. Don't miss out on rooting for that sleek speedster or the wild card. Let's see which one comes out on top. Wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. Both cars are iconic muscle cars from the same era, but their performance might differ quite a bit. The Dodge Challenger is known for its muscle and straight-line speed, but the Ford Mustang Boss also has a reputation for agility and handling. Given that we're at Paul Ricard, with its mix of curves and straights, I might give a slight edge to the Challenger because of its raw power. But let's not forget the Mustang's lighter frame and agility, which could help it shine on those twisty bits. Honestly, it could go either way. If the Challenger can capitalize on those long straight sections, it might take the win. But if the Mustang manages to handle the corners better and stay aggressive, it could steal it in the end. Who are you betting on? Alright, everyone. The vintage Trans Am race has just kicked off at Paul Ricard, and leading the pack in pole position is the classic 1970 AMC Javelin, driven by Ablaze. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold on to the lead. Ablaze has shot to the front, leading the race. New for Life is holding second place, trying to keep up. Amy is in third, already a bit behind the leaders. It's there. Aper is now in third place. Justin Gilks has moved up to sixth. Shaozi and Justin Gilks are nose to nose for the sixth spot. Alan 656 just overtook someone to take fourth place. Amy and Alan 656 are nose to nose for that position. Shaozi is climbing up to sixth place, inching closer. Shaozi and Amy are nose to tail in fifth place. Ingle McCringleberry has gained one spot and is now 9. X-Basic Switch has also moved up one spot into 11. Justin Gilks just moved up one spot to take the sixth place. Shalesy and Justin Gilks are nose to nose for 6th. I am battling Shalesy for 7th, and it's getting spicy. Shalesy just snuck into 6th place. Maya and Justin Gilks are nose to tail for 7th. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 12th. Pippi and SpaceX Witch are fighting for 11th. Stankit and Gliding Penguin are nose to tail for the 16th spot. Archeron 192 just gained 1 position and is now in 21st. Leanne Yeshin is climbing up to 9th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Leanne are nose to nose for that same spot. Stankit is making a move, now in 16th place. Alan 656 is climbing to 3rd place. Amy is closing in on its Theraper with a 1.1 second gap. Maya and Justin Gilks are nose to nose for 7th. Sherugamaretsach is closing in on Gliding Penguin, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. They are locked in a tight battle for 17th place. Archeru 92 has gained 1 spot and is now 19th. Jazik Spitz and Hingle May Kringleberry are neck and neck for 10th place. Detoxins is closing in on Era Special, shrinking the gap by over a second. Archeronin 192 just gained a spot and is now in 18th. Xbazix Switch just overtook someone to take the 10th place. Stank It is climbing up to 15. Detoxins and Stank It are nose to nose for 15. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 10th place. Xbasic Switch and Hingle are nose to nose for that same spot. Detoxins is also making progress, now in 15th place. Stank It and Detoxins are neck and neck for 15th place. Gliding Penguin is closing in on Stank It, cutting the gap by over a second. Archeron 192 and Gliding Penguin are also in a close fight for 17th. Gliding Penguin climbs to 15th place. Stank It and Detox are nose to nose for 16th. Archeron 192 and Stank It are locked in a close fight for 17th. Hingle McCringleberry and Leanne Yushin are nose to nose for 9th place. Gliding Penguin is closing the gap on Era Special by a second and a half. Stank It just gained a spot to sit in 16th, and is now battling with Gliding Penguin for 15th. Stank It is climbing nicely into the top 15. Ariam 892 and Detoxinines are locked in a close fight for 17. Unkla Tobin is making a move up to 23rd. Asherun 92 is climbing up to 17th place. Gaming To Fight Cancer is now in 20th place, inching closer to the top. Asheroni 192 is climbing up to 16th place. Josh Bush is now in 18th place. Gaming To Fight Cancer and Detoxins are locked in a close fight for 19th place. Dang, it is really having a rough time dropping to 23rd. Our Sharona 92 is climbing nicely into 14th. Gliding Penguin is making a small move up to 16th. Shaozi is climbing fast into 4th place. It's Therapair and Amy are locked in a close fight for 5th. Lian Yeshin is also making moves, climbing into 7th. Congratulations to All Blaze on winning the race. Looks like they really took the checkered flag with style. Well done. Wow! Ablaze 3 really pulled off a fantastic win. Congratulations to them, that was an impressive race. And a big shout out to Amy for snagging the fastest lap. You can claim that classic 1968 Pontiac Firebird. A real vintage gem. Well done! Sure thing. The Aintree Vintage track has a pretty wild history. It originally hosted some of the earliest Grand National races, which were way more dangerous back in the day. It's like racing on a roller coaster with a lot more bumps and a lot less safety gear. These days, it's more about the nostalgia and the thrill of watching vintage cars take on the twists and turns. It's almost like stepping back in time, but with more horsepower and fewer cravats. Alright, so Lian Yashin has a pretty impressive record with 48 wins out of 468 races, and she's ranked 2nd. That means she's consistent and probably knows her way around this track. Hingami Kringleberry, on the other hand, has a slightly lower win count, and is ranked 5th. So he might be a bit of an underdog here. Given the stats, I'd lean towards Lian taking this one. But hey, Hingle might just surprise us with some unexpected moves. Let's see how they handle Aintree Vintage. It's anyone's race until the checkered flag. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Aintree Vintage. Hippie Langstrom, in that sleek 2014 Dallara IO15, is starting in pole position. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the AI cars have other plans. Civica 704 has shot to the front, holding the lead. Geogine Numericals is right behind in second place. And Pippi Langstrumpf is holding on to third, probably wondering if she can catch up. Scuderia Veloce is charging through the field into sixth place. Max Barely is making a strong push into eighth. They'll find that the Beast is climbing into 10th after overtaking 5 cars. The track seems to favor the front runners with a tight pack, but the real action is happening behind as everyone scrambles for position. Belfinti Beast is in 14th place, driving a 2014 Dallara IO15. Looks like their race is more about survival than chasing the podium. Civica and 4 is closing in fast on LXHLX Nati, closing the gap by 6.4 seconds. Amy has climbed one spot and is now in 11th place. Pace CAR and Amy are locked in a tight battle for 11. LXAX Nati is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 9. Hingham Kringleberry is dropping back, now 12. New for Life is inching forward, now in 4. Civica 704 is on a roll, climbing to 11th place. Our Windstorm is right behind, making a move to 12th place. LXAX Natweet just nudged into 8th place, showing some steady progress. Leanne is in 3rd and closing in on Hingle, who is 6th. If they keep this pace, Leanne might have a shot at overtaking before the race ends. Civica in 104 is climbing up to 10th place. Pace CAR is now in 15th. Looks like they're both making some moves. Our Windstorm is in 8th place on the grid. Their car is a 2014 Dallara IL15, just like the others. Looks like they're holding steady, but no real moves yet. Amy is stuck in 15th place, so she's probably just trying to stay out of trouble. Her car is the same model as everyone else's, so no advantage there. Looks like a slow start for her. New for Life is running a 2014 Dallara IL15, same as most others. They're currently in 4th place, but their fastest lap is slower than the leaders. Looks like they're holding steady but not pushing the limits. Georgi Numericals is holding the lead and has the fastest lap, so he's probably feeling pretty confident. Storm is in 8th place with a fastest lap of 1 minute 36 seconds and 9600. Their race seems steady but not quite challenging for the top spots yet. Maya is currently in 7th place with the fastest lap of 1:38.257. Her car is a 2014 Dallara Aisle 15 just a bit slower than the leaders. Looks like she's hanging in there but needs a little more speed to move up. Well, look at that. Pippi Langstrom just took the trophy. Clearly, she's got the magic touch. Well done. Wow, Pippi Langstrom just took the checkered flag. Congrats to them on a race well run. Now, for the drivers who earned some shiny new rides, Shivakala 704, with that blistering fastest lap, you get to claim a 2014 Delara IL 15. Perfect for some high-speed adventures. And Lanuation, since you won the bet race, you also get to claim the same model. So get ready to turn some heads. Great job to everyone. This race was a thrill to watch. Here's a fun fact for you. In the 1990s, street cars in the racing class started getting really popular because manufacturers were working hard to make their cars both street legal and race-worthy. It was like a big game of which car can look normal but secretly be a beast. And because of that, lots of iconic cars like the Nissan Skyline JTR and the Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution made their debut, giving us the perfect mix of street cred and racing power. Basically, it was a time when cars could be both your everyday ride and a race winner, making it a pretty exciting era for car enthusiasts. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking down fast. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it before the race starts without your favorite. Don't make me send the race official after you. Ooh. This is a classic showdown of old school versus slightly less old school. The BMW M3 E36 is known for its balance and agility, perfect for tight corners at Okayama GP. On the other hand, the Audi RS2 Avant, being more of a wagon, might have edge in stability and maybe a bit of surprise factor. But with AI driving, I'd say the BMW's sharp handling might give it a slight advantage, especially in those tricky curves. Still, don't count out the Audi just yet. It could surprise us with some unexpected moves. My bet? The BMW, but only by a nose. Let's see if the AI can defy our expectations today. Alright folks, the race is off at Okayama GP, and in pole position we've got a great 34 cruising in a classic 1990 Chevrolet Camaro. The race kicks off with a Gretz 34 taking the lead, Lil Sprout right behind in second, and yours truly, Maya, holding on to third place. Let's see if I can hold this position, or if the AI decides otherwise. Scuderia Veloce is charging through the field, now in the top 20. Lil Sprout has just claimed the lead, but a Gretz 34 is right behind, ready to challenge. The battle for the top spot is heating up. Lian Yashin just made a bold move, and now she's in 8th place. Agrit's 34 is holding on to first for now. New for life, and Lian Yashin are nose to tail fighting for 8th. Looks like a close one. Ingela Kringleberry is climbing to 2nd place. Pippi Langstrup is now in 3rd. Wauk CB has advanced to 5th. The race is heating up. Lian Yashin just overtook 2 cars to climb to 5th place. Wauk CB and Lian Yashin are nose to tail for 5th position. Nathusaurus Rex is inching up to 8th place. Ingela Kringleberry is climbing to the top spot. Lian Yashin and Lil Sprout are neck and neck for 4th place. Scuderia Veloce and Franquetti are locked in a close fight for 15. Lian Yashin is climbing to 4th place. New for Life is now in 9. Toucan's Flora has moved up to 13. Pippi Langstrup has moved up to 2nd place. Wauk CB is now in 5th. Nathusaurus Rex has climbed to 7th. Lian Yashin and the Gretz 34 are locked in a tight fight for 3rd place. Jungjan Stortbu 102 is climbing up 1 spot to 10th. Scuderia Veloce making a move, jumping 2 spots to 14. Lian Yashin has climbed up to 3rd place. Yungdan Sistortuwu and New for Life are still locked in a close fight for 9. Toucan's Flora is making a move, now in 12th. Wauk CB is climbing to 4th place. Nathusaurus Rex is now in 6th. New View for Life has moved into 8th. Looks like everyone's on the move. Kingchu 22 just overtook someone to move into the 10th place. Amy and Toucan's Flora are still neck and neck for 12. Scuderia Veloce is chipping away at Amy's lead, now just 1.2 seconds behind. No for Life just overtook someone to take 7th place. Amy is closing in on 12th. Amy and Maya are nose to nose for 11. Who's gonna blink first? Jungman Chestor 102 just overtook someone to move into 8th place. Lil Sprout and Jungen Sestor 102 are nose to nose for 8. Josh Biosh and Frank Ruddy are locked in a close fight for 16. Pippi Langstrumpf is holding on to the lead with Hingle McCringleberry right behind. Nuva Life is closing in on Matthewsaurus Rex, now just 1 second apart. Amy is climbing up to 11th place, making some moves. Leanne Yashin is now in 2nd place and closing in on the leader. Hingle, McCringleberry and Leanne are nose to nose for 1st. Josh Bjosh is making a move, climbing to 16. Leanne Yashin has just taken the lead, leaving the rest chasing her. Matthewsaurus Rex is climbing to 5th, making a move. Jungjan Stordu, 102, is closing in on Nuva Life, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Josh Bjosh is climbing to 14th place. Nox Exodus is also moving up to 17th place. Who's gonna break into the top 10 next? Tukins Flora just moved up to 11th place. Kingchu 22 and Tukins Flora are nose to nose for 11th. Josh Bjosh is inching closer to Scuderia Veloce, chopping down the gap by 1.5 seconds. Nuva Life just overtook someone to climb into 6th place. Scuderia Veloce is now 12th. Josh Bjosh and Kingchu 22 are nose to tail for 13. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Nuva Life is gaining on Matthewsaurus Rex, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Tukins Flora has moved up 1 spot to 10th place. Josh Bjosh has also climbed 1 spot to 13th place. Jungjan Stortu, 102, is climbing up to 7th place. Amy is also moving up to 8th place. Agrids 34 and Amy are nose to nose for 8th. Tukins Flora is closing in on Agrids 34, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Kingshub Wendy 2 is climbing up to 12th place. Josh Bjosh is moving into 13th place. Congratulations, Leanne! Winning at Okayama GP is no small feat. Looks like all that hard work paid off. Enjoy the victory lap. Wow! Fantastic job, Leanne! Congratulations on winning the race and snagging the fastest lap too. That Nissan Skyline R33L in Enismo is a pretty epic claim for your collection. As for the driver with the most overtakes, well done, Scuderia Veloce. The Lotus Carlton is a legendary choice. Looks like both of you are walking away with some seriously cool cars today. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking down fast, so don't miss out on your chance to see these machines race. Get those selections in before it's too late. Oh wow, what a classic showdown! The Chevrolet Camaro from 1968 versus the Dodge Challenger from 1970. Both legendary muscle cars, but if I had to pick, I'd say the Dodge Challenger might have a bit of an edge. It's slightly newer, so maybe a tad more refined in its racing pedigree. But honestly, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. It's not just about the cars, it's about the AI strategy of the day. Still, I'll go with the Challenger taking the win, just because it sounds more aggressive and I'm a sucker for that vintage muscle roar. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Tor Poznan track with Amy in the vintage Trans Am class, starting on the very front in a classic 1967 Mercury Cougar. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold the lead, or if the newer cars will catch up. The race kicks off with Amy taking the lead, followed closely by Bunnysoft Doom in second and Scuderia Veloce in third. Looks like the front runners are already setting the pace. No for Life and Hingle McCringleberry are neck and neck for 5th place. Ice and Body Notes are trading paint for 8. Kyosify is climbing fast, jumping 2 spots to 11. Trash Crashton is really having a rough time, dropping 6 places to 22nd. Bunnysoft Doom is holding strong at the front, climbing 1 spot to take the lead. And Body Notes is making a move, also up 1 position to 7th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 4th place. Spikles and Hingle are nose to nose for that spot. H2 Hove is making a move up to 11. Stabby Gale Killams just climbed to 26th place. Wolf of Echo and Tokidoki Brie are nose to nose for 27. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Quiz 44 and Max Byerly are neck and neck for the 17th place. Trash Crashton is climbing up to 21st. Queen Monda is also moving up to 22nd. Queen Monda is driving a 1972 Alpine, a 110. She's currently in the last place among Group 2 races, so her race isn't looking too promising right now. Wolf of Aco just overtook Stabigale Killams, and now they're battling for 26th place. It's a close one. Hingle McCringleberry just overtook someone to climb into 3rd place. Scuderia Veloce and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for that 3rd spot. Move for Life is making a move, now in 5th, closing the gap. Waifuana is climbing up to 7th place. Kyroscope and Max Spirally are nose to nose for 18th. Trash Crashton is gaining on the critical egg, closing the gap by a 1.5 seconds. Maya is climbing up to 8th place. H2 Hove now in 10th after moving up 1 spot. Kyroscope has gained 1 position and is now in 18th. The critical leg is climbing up to 17th place. Trash Crashton is chipping away at Max Spirally's lead, closing the gap by over a second. Lien Yesen and Kyosify are nose to tail for 12th place. Trash Crashton just gained a spot and is now in 20th. Hingle is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still a few seconds behind Bunny Soft Doom. Hingle is hanging in 3rd, trying to chase down the leaders. Fastest lap shows he's got some pace, but he needs a move or a mistake from the front runners to make a real impact. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 2nd place. Queen Munda and Max Spirally are nose to nose for 21st. Queen Manda just gained 1 spot and is now in 21st place. Pani 3 and Ed Sauce 21 are nose to nose for 24th. Looks like a close fight there. The critical egg is driving a 1970 Alfa Romeo GT at 2000. Their race looks rough with the slowest lap so far, and they're currently in 21st place. Wow, Bunnies of Doom, you really hopped to the front and took the victory. Nice job leaving the rest in the dust. Wow, Bunnies of Doom took the victory. Huge congratulations to them. That was a fantastic race. They really earned that one. And Hingle McCringleberry You nailed the most overtakes. So you get to claim the vintage 1970 Ford Mustang Boss. Nice work on the aggressive moves. Looks like today's race was all about skill and daring. Sure thing. Did you know that Hidden Valley Raceway is actually nestled in the tropical heart of Australia? It's like the secret oasis of racing, where the heat and humidity add a little extra challenge for those cars. So, in the midst of all that lush scenery, these cars are working double time to beat the weather as much as each other. Classic raceway secrets, right? Hey everyone, time's almost up. Make your picks quick or you might end up with a car no one wanted. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright, we've got Kyosify in a 2012 Noble M600 and Lirisel in a 2011 Rough RT12R. Both are seriously powerful machines. The Noble M600 is known for its raw speed and aggressive handling, making it a beast on the track. The Roof RT12R is no slouch either, with a reputation for precision and speed, especially considering its German engineering pedigree. Honestly, it's a close call. The Noble M600 might have a slight edge in raw acceleration and agility thanks to its design. But the Roof, with its racing-focused tweaks, could very well keep pace through the twists and turns. If I had to guess, I'd say the Noble might just sneak ahead on pure adrenaline. But then again, race day magic and driverless AI unpredictability could throw everything off. Either way, it's going to be a thrilling watch. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Hidden Valley Raceway, and leading the pack is its basic switch in a classic 1999 Lamborghini Diablo G. Looks like a blast from the past up front, but let's see if it can hold that position. Its basic switch has shot to the front, taking the lead right out of the gate. New for Life is holding strong in second place, trying to keep up. Unstabil is in third, but watch out, the pack is closing in. Unknown Tactis is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 9. Leech Mepsi is also making moves, overtaking 3 cars to settle in 12. Amy and Unstabil are nose-to-nose for third place. Looks like a tight squeeze. Unstabil is climbing to second place. Amy is now in third. Lian Yashin is pushing into 7th. Bees McGee is climbing to 7th place. Lian Yasishin and Bees McGee are battling closely for that spot. Scuderia Veloce is inching up to 10th place. Nonstop is in a noble M500, a car known for its sharp handling and lightweight design. Looks like they're holding a solid 2nd place, but no real pressure yet. Lian Yasin is climbing to 7th place. She and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 6th. Unknown Tactics is also moving up, now in 8th. Bees McGee is climbing up to 8th place. Leech Mepsi is now in 11th. Looks like some steady progress. New for Life is driving a 2006 Ford GTX Zone and is currently in 4th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Amy is in 3rd place with a 2012 Zenvos T1. Looks like she's holding steady, but no real overtakes yet. Race seems pretty calm for her so far. Nonstop just took the lead, now in 1st place. Hingle McCringleberry and Pippi Langstrump are nose to nose for 5th. The track's tight corners and short straights seem to favor aggressive overtakes and quick lap times, keeping the top positions highly competitive. Amy just sneaked into 2nd place. Kyosify is climbing up to 14th. Looks like the race is heating up. Maya is now in the 11th place, closing the gap. Leech Mepsi is right behind, so this fight for 11th is heating up. Leech Mepsi is climbing up to 11th place. Laricel and I are locked in a close fight for 12th place. Kyosify just nudged ahead of Laricel for the 13th spot. They're nose to nose, so this could get interesting. Pippi Langstrump is chipping away at Nubu for Life's lead, closing in by 1.3 seconds. Maya has climbed 1 spot to 11. Leech Mepsi and Maya are nose to nose for the same position, so expect some fireworks soon. New for Life is driving a 26 Ford GTX Zoning and is currently in 4th place. Looks like they're holding steady, but they might need a little more speed to catch the leaders. Scuderia Veloce and Unknown Tactics are nose to tail for 9th place. Kyosify is climbing up to 13th. Looks like a little push is paying off. Wow, Unstable just won the race. Looks like they were the fastest today. Well done. Wow, Unstable really pulled off a surprising victory. Congratulations. I guess their AI just decided to go full speed ahead and left everyone else in the dust. That was a close call, but they definitely earned it. Great job to Unstable. Oh, the 1966 McLaren M1B is quite the classic racing machine. Did you know it was one of the early cars that put McLaren on the map in the racing world? It's actually a pretty rare sight these days because only a handful were built. Imagine racing in the 1960s with a car that was cutting edge back then, but now looks like a vintage superhero costume. It was mainly used in sports car racing, and had a pretty impressive track record for its time. Not bad for a first attempt from a brand that would go on to dominate modern racing. Alright, looking at these two, we've got a real vintage showdown on our hands. The 1966 McLaren M1B is a classic, known for its agility and speed in its day. But the Chinook Mark II also has a reputation for durability and handling. Since we're racing on Nonstop, which favors tight corners and quick acceleration, I would lean toward the McLaren. However, let's not forget that the Chinook's steady nature could mean it hangs in there longer. My bet is on the Scuderia Veloci's McLaren taking the win. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything could happen. Alright folks, the race is underway at Nonstop. Starting strong on pole is a Wildrino in a classic 1965 Cooper Type 61 Monaco. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold its lead. A Wildrino has shot off the line to take the lead. Lian Yashin is holding second place, trying to keep up. Wolf's Light is in third, but not far behind. Cthulhu Kachu is on a tier, climbing 3 spots to third place. Pippi Langstrumpf is making steady progress, now 7. Marty Freeze is also moving up, now in the top 15. Novilife is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Pippi Langstrumpf has moved into 6th place, also climbing 1 spot. And Maya has surged up 2 spots into 7. The race is heating up with some quick moves. Wolf's Light and Cthulhu Kachu are neck and neck for 3rd place. Ixnobudixel is climbing up to 11th. Sinyahima is making a move to 15. Gmaxiad is on a roll, climbing up to 15th place. T-Bomb is losing ground, dropping 7 spots to 19. Wolf's Light and Cthulhu Kachu are nose to nose for 3rd. Looks like a battle for the podium. Wolf's Light just snuck into 3rd place. Wolf's Light and Lian Yoshin are nose to tail for 2nd. Silva Gaming is making a nice climb up to 14. Cthulhu Kachu is climbing fast into 2nd place. Pippi Langstrumpf is also making moves, now in 5th. Pippi and Wolf's Light are nose to nose fighting for 4. Wolf's Light just snuck into third place, leaving Lee and Yashin a bit behind. Lian and Wolf's Light are nose to tail for that third spot. And battling New for Life for 6th place, and it's getting spicy. Wolf's Light is now in 2nd place, climbing up 1 spot. Lian Yashin is also up 1 spot, moving into 3rd. Hippie Langstrumpf is making a move into 4th place, also up 1 spot. Scuderia Veloz is climbing to 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 9th. Figurita Sport is closing the gap on Silver Beak Gaming by a second and a half. Hippie Lindstrom is gaining on Lian Yashin and closing the gap by 130 seconds. Cthulhu Kachu has moved up 1 spot to sit in 6th place. Scuderia Veloz and Cthulhu Kachu are locked in a close fight for 6th. Hippie Langstrumpf just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Scuderia Veloz is climbing up to 6th. G Maxiite and Figure 8 Sport are nose to tail for 16th. Wolf's Light is slicing into Ewaldrino's tail by 1.6 seconds. Scuderia Veloz just climbed 2 spots to 4th. In New for Life is inching up 1 spot to 7th. And the fight for 6th between New for Life and Maya is getting pretty close. Wolf's Light is closing in on Ewaldrino, cutting the gap by 1.8 seconds. Maya has moved up 1 spot to 5th place. New for Life is also up 1 spot, now in 6th. Lian Yashin and New for Life are neck and neck for 6th place. T-Boom is closing in on Basket and DV, chipping away at the gap by just over a second. New for Life just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Maya and New for Life are nose to tail for that spot. Cthulhu Kachu is chopping down the distance to Lian Yashin by 2 seconds. Wolf's Light is chipping away at Ewaldrino's lead, closing in by almost 2 seconds. Scuderia Veloz is climbing up to 3rd place, leaving someone behind. And Maya is making a move, grabbing the 5th spot, inching closer to the top. Wolf's Light and Ewaldrino are nose to nose for the lead. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 8th place. Silver Gaming is making moves to get into the top 15. Wolf's Light is now in 1st place. Amy is gaining on Lian Yashin and closing the gap by over a second. Senyahima is really closing in on Ixnobot Ixo and has cut the distance by 2 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 7th place. Hilukachu and Hingle are still neck and neck for that spot. Senyahima is closing in on Ixnobot Ixel, shaving off 1.3 seconds. Looks like a battle is brewing. Congratulations to Wolf's Light for taking the top spot. Looks like all that speed paid off. Well done. Wow, Wolf's Light really sped to victory. Great job winning that race, you've earned it. As for the lucky drivers, congratulations to Scuderia Veloce and Pippi Langstrumpf. You both did an excellent job. Scuderia Veloce, you're claiming the vintage McLaren M1B for winning the bet race. Pippi, your skill in overtaking earned you the same fantastic car. Looks like some shiny new rides are heading your way. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Knockhills, tight corners, and rapid changes in direction demand a car that can stick to the track and respond quickly to driver input. Top speed is less critical here because the track isn't about long straightaways, but rather about precision and control throughout the twists and turns. A car with excellent cornering stability and nimbleness would be my top pick to conquer this circuit. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your champion yet, you better move fast before the countdown ends. These cars are revving up and ready to race, and you don't want to miss your chance to cheer for your favorite. The clock's ticking, so make your choice before it's too late. Alright folks, this is quite the classic showdown. Now let's go with the vintage 1959. Austin Healey 106 versus the Uncle Joshua's tiny but mighty 1964 Austin Mini Cooper S. Now the Austin Healey might be larger and more aerodynamic, but the Mini is known for its agility and nimbleness. Given that Knockhill is a pretty twisty track and tight corners are everywhere, I'd say the Mini might have the edge in maneuverability. But don't count out the Healey just yet. It has that vintage charm and power that could surprise us if it handles the corners better. Overall, I'm leaning toward the Mini Cooper squeezing out a narrow victory, but honestly, anything can happen in this nostalgic battle of the British classics. Who do you all think will take the crown? Alright everyone, the race is just kicking off at Knockhill, and leading the pack is Scuderia Veloce in a 1965 Toyota 2000 GT. Looks like the vintage cars are taking an early lead, but don't get too comfortable. The chaos is about to unfold. The chaos is about to unfold. Right at the start, Scuderia Veloce is leading the pack, holding that top spot. Close behind, Lian Yoishin is in second place, trying to catch up. And in third, Epic Sugar is hanging in there, not giving up just yet. Maya is now in fifth place, climbing one spot. New for Life has also moved up one spot into seventh. Big Boy Bets is closing in on Cloudy, cutting the gap by 1 second. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to third place. Famaka is narrowing the gap to Zero Time Alive by over a second. Maya just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Looks like the race is heating up. Epic Sugar and Maya are nose to nose for that 4th spot. Hingle McCringleberry and Theon Show are battling hard for 10th. No one's giving an inch. New for Life is climbing fast into 5th place. Draletsko is making a move into 8th. Zero Timulive is creeping up to 13th. Draletsko is gaining on Gabitha Minimac, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Big Boy Bays and Zero Time Alive are locked in a fierce fight for the 13th spot. Theon Show and Brendo Buster are nose to tail for 9th place. Jonas Gottlieds is climbing 1 spot to 14th. Famaka is also on the move, up 1 to 16th. Gabitha Minimac just climbed 1 spot to 6th place. Epic Sugar and Gabitha Minimac are nose to nose for 6th. Theon Show also moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Lian Yashin is closing in on Scuderia Veloz, and the gap is shrinking fast. They're in a fierce fight for the lead. Draletsko just gained 1 position and is now in 7th place. New for Life is closing in on Maya fast enough to make her sweat. Down Klejo Show is climbing up to 8th place. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move to 10th. Zero Team Lviv is now in 12th place, and closing the gap on Brandobuster. They're really neck and neck in this fight for 12th. Lian Yashin is leading the race in a 1967 Sunbeam Tiger. She's been fast, with her best lap just over a second faster than the 2nd place. Looks like she's got a good grip on this vintage street car. Lian Yashin has just taken the lead, moving up to 1st place. KP Langstrump and Scuderia Veloz are still neck and neck for 2nd. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 9th place. Zero Team Alive just gained 1 spot and is now in 11th place. Epic Sugar and Zero Team Alive are nose to nose for 11. This race is heating up at the back. Draletsko is in 7th and Theon Show is in 8th. Not much between them, but Draletsko has a slight edge. Looks like a close finish coming up. Pippi Langstrump has moved up 1 spot to take 2nd place. Dion Kleosho and Draletsko are battling closely for 7th. Famaka is closing in on Juna Gottlieds, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Dion Kleosho just moved up 1 spot to 7th place. He's now in a close fight with Gabitha Minimac for 6th. Meanwhile, Draletsko and Theon Kleosho are battling it out for 7th again. Zero Timilev is closing in on Cloudy, cutting the gap by a second. Pamaka is climbing up one spot to take the 13th place. Hingle the Kringleberry is climbing up to 8th place. Zero Timelev is gaining ground and now in 9th. Dreletsko and Zero Timelev are nose to nose for 9th place. Congratulations to Linya Jashinam winning the race. Looks like all that hard work paid off. Well done. Wow. Huge congratulations to Lian Yashin for winning the race. That's quite an achievement. And congratulations again for snagging the fastest lap. You've earned yourself that vintage 1967 Sunbeam Tiger. I hope you enjoy cruising in that beauty. Sure thing. A fun fact about the Aviano GP track is that it actually has a really unique feature where the layout is inspired by a mix of traditional racing circuits and some unexpected twists that make it quite challenging for the drivers. It's like a puzzle that keeps even the seasoned racers on their toes. Definitely a track that makes the race more than just about speed. It's about strategy and precision. Alright, time's running out, everyone. Make your final picks now before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to see your chosen car dominate the race. Alright, so we've got Lian Yashin in a 2017 Onroc Nissan DPI and New for Life in a 2017 Dallara P217. Both are pretty high-tech machines but with different strengths. The Nissan DPI is known for its speed and reliability on straights, but the Dallara P217 is a bit more agile and might handle corners better. Given the track is Aviano GP, which has some tight turns and fast straights, I'd lean towards the Nissan for its raw power in a straightaway race. But if maneuvering and handling come into play, the Dallara could catch up. If I had to take a guess, I'm betting on Lian in the Nissan to edge out New for Life. That straight line speed might just be the deciding factor here. But let's see how it plays out. These AI race cars always surprise me. Alright everyone, Hingle McCringleberry is leading the pack at the Aviano GP in that classic 2014 Onroc Ligier JSP2 Judd. Looks like he's already making a statement from pole. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the others will catch up. Hingle Kringleberry has shot out in front, leading the race. Lian Yeshin is right behind in second place, and Move for Life is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle for the top spots already. Lian Yashin has just snatched the lead from the front. Amy and Scuderia Veloce are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Buffin 18 is climbing fast, now in 8th position. Amy just gained 1 spot to sit in 5th place. Kingshu 22 and Necrophantasm are nose-to-nose for 10. Aerotech is climbing 1 spot to 14. Aerotech and Silver P Gaming are fighting hard for 13. Pippi Langström is dropping back to 10th place. Amy is climbing to 4th. Scuderia Veloce is advancing to 5th. Pippi Langström is making a move, now in 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Silver Gaming is closing in fast on Spearlike Hill, cutting the gap by 11 seconds. Mighty Chunk is creeping closer to Erotatech, closing the distance by 1 second. Buvina 19 is climbing to 7th place. Uncanny Buddy is now 8th. Necrophantasm is knocking on the door of the top 10 and 9th. Aerotech is driving a 2003 Subaru Impreza GT 300. They're currently in the middle of the GTS pack, holding the 13th position. Looks like a steady race so far. Mighty Chunk is right behind Aerotech now. The gap is shrinking fast. They are locked in a fierce fight for the 13th spot. Spearlike Hail is gaining on Necrophantasm, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Mighty Chunk has moved up 1 spot to take the 13th position. Mighty Chunk and Silver P Gaming are locked in a close fight for the 12th spot. New for Life is holding on to 2nd place, but Hingle McCringleberry is right behind him. Silver P Gaming is closing the gap on Kingshu 22, now just 2 seconds apart. Silver Gaming and Kingshu 22 are battling for 11th place. Looks like a close fight there. Maya is now in 5th place, closing the gap. Amy is holding on to 3rd, but not for long if she keeps this pace. Scuderia Veloce is right behind her in 4th. Move for Life is having a tough time and is now in 14th place. Necrophantasm is climbing up to 8th place. Spearlike Hail is also making moves and is now in 9th place. Scuderia Veloce is driving a 2017 Mazda RT24P and is currently in 4th place. They have the fastest lap of the race so far with a 24.741, so they're pushing hard. Hingle McCringleberry just overtook Amy for 2nd place. Uncanny Buddy and Buffy 19 are wheel-to-wheel for 6th. Maya is holding steady in 8th, not giving up any ground. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 2nd place. Move for Life is making a move to 12th. Looks like some strategic overtakes happening. 8th. Hingle McCringleberry just overtook Amy for second place. Muurlai is closing in on Mighty Chunk, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Maya is holding steady in 5th, but the pressure is mounting behind. Pippi Langstrom is closing in on Muurlai fast, shaving off 6.6 seconds. Amy and Lian Yashin are locked in a fierce battle for the top spot. Silver Gaming just gained 1 position, now sitting in 12th. Congratulations, Lian. Looks like you really sped past the competition. Well done on the victory. Wow! Congratulations to Lian Yashin for winning the race. That was an incredible finish, I must say. You've definitely earned that victory. And, for the drivers who can claim a car, great job! Scuderia Veloce, with the fastest lap, you're now the proud owner of a 2017 Mazda RT24P. Nice work showing off that speed. Lian, since you won the bet race, you're claiming a 2017 on-road Nissan DPI. Looks like all that racing paid off in more ways than one. And Amy, for the most overtakes, you get a 2017 Orca 07 Gibson. Not too shabby at all. Keep those moves coming. Oh. The Chang track is famous for its challenging twists and turns that even the bravest drivers hesitate to conquer. Fun fact is that this track was originally designed to be a simple circuit, but turned into a heart-pounding roller coaster after a few engineers had a little too much fun with the layout. So, it's basically a playground for the daring and a nightmare for the cautious. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make it happen. Don't want to miss out on the race of the century, do you? Hurry up before the countdown hits 0. Oh wow, this is quite the classic car showdown. The Facel Vega Facel 2 is known for its sleek design and powerful V8 engine, making it a serious contender. On the other hand, the Pontiac Bonneville from 1968 is a hefty beauty, but it's more about size and comfort than outright speed. Given the specs, I'd say Oscar Serra's Facel 2 has a slight edge in agility and raw power. The Bonneville might have a bit more weight to muscle around, which could slow it down a tad. So, my money's on Oscar Zerod and the Facel Vega to take the lead and probably win this race. But hey, that's what makes it fun. Anything can happen in AI racing. Alright folks, it's the vintage slow cars race at the Chang track. And Spear Like Hail is starting on pole in a 1970 Nissan Fairlady Z 432. Let's see if that classic can turn back the clock or just serve as a cozy memory in this race. G-Max 8 has taken the lead right out of the gate. Spear Like Hail is holding strong in second place. Hingham McCringleberry is sitting comfortably in third, but don't blink or you'll miss some action. Hingham McCringleberry is now in second place. Whip 3 out 25 has also moved up one spot to third. Spear Like Hail and Whip 3 out 25 are nose to tail for third place. Looks like a close fight. Maya is climbing fast, now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Calico Bunny is also making moves, now in 19th place after a similar surge. Ubute has gained 1 spot, now in 4th position. Bobardo is on a charge, climbing 3 spots to 11th place. Avildrino just nudged into 6th, making a small but noticeable gain. Lian Yishin is inching up to 7th, keeping the pressure on. Lian Yashin is climbing up to 6th place. Wildrino and Lian are nose to nose for that spot. Trifuninity 3 is also making moves, now in 9th. Marty Freeze and Famaka are nose to tail for 17. Calican Bunny and Tangaducky TTV are locked in a close fight for 20. Lithocarp and Ovidus are battling hard for 25. Trifuninity 3 and Spear Like Hail are nose to tail for 8th place. Randabusta has gained 1 spot and is now in 18th. Calican Bunny also up 1 spot, now in 20th. Calican Bunny and Marty Freeze are fighting hard for 19th. Trifuninity 3 is climbing nicely into 8th place. Bobardo is also making moves into 9th. And Maya is sneaking up to 14th. Looks like everyone's on the push today. Lian Yashin is gaining on Pippi Langstrom by a little over a second. Trifuninity 3 has climbed 1 spot to 7th. Oskzerot has also moved up 1 spot to 10th. Bobardo just gained a spot to take 8th place. Spear Like Hail and HP Lootcraft are nose to nose for 11th. Fameka moved up 1 to 16th. Maya just moved up 1 spot to 12. Nerob Starks is closing in on Momu for life and has cut the gap by 3.3 seconds. Nerob Starks and Mu for Life are battling it out for 14th place. Maya is climbing up to 11th place. New for Life, has moved into 13th. Famaka is now in 15th. Witea 25 is making a move to the front, now leading the race. G Maxiite is right behind, still in the chase for the top spot. Bubote has climbed up to 3rd place, closing in on the leaders. Ingo McCringleberry is making a bold move, climbing 5 places to 2nd. Trifinity 3 is having a rough patch, dropping 7 spots to 13. G Maxiite is inching forward, taking the lead by 1 position. Bubote is closing in fast on Whip 3 out 25, cutting the gap by 8.4 seconds. Trifinity 3 is on the move, overtaking 6 cars to reach 7th place. And Maya is climbing up 1 spot to 9th. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 4th place. Osktarot and Awildrino are neck and neck for 10th. Maddox FTF is advancing to 16th. Lian Yeshin just overtook Bobote for 5th place. Looks like she's on a mission. Osktarot is also climbing, now in 10th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Trifinity 3 is gaining on Bubba T, closing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Maya is catching up to Bobardo, narrowing the gap by 130 seconds. Husky Hog is climbing up to 16th place, moving up 1 spot. Wow, G Maxiite, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on your victory. Congratulations to G Maxiite on taking the race victory. Well played, they've definitely earned that win. Now, for our car claim announcements. Ingo McCringleberry. Since you set the fastest lap, you get to claim a 1968 Pontiac Bonneville. Nice choice for some vintage cruising. Maya. Since you won the bet race, the same vintage beauty is yours to claim. Looks like luck was on your side today. And Scuderia Veloce, with the most overtakes, you can proudly take home a 1962 Faisal Vega Faisal. Quite a legendary classic to add to your collection. Here's a fun fact about the 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy. It was actually designed for racing in the Indianapolis 500, which was pretty unusual for a Ferrari at the time since they mainly focused on European racing. It was powered by a V12 engine that produced around 400 horsepower, making it one of the most powerful cars on the track back then. And despite its impressive specs, it didn't actually end up racing at Indy but remains a legendary piece of racing history. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. The 1957 Curtis Craft 500B driven by Lyra Shai looks like it's ready to scoot, all vintage and sporty. On the other hand, Lian Yixin's 1952 Kuzma Afi is also a pretty sleek piece of history. Given the age difference, the Curtis Craft might have a slight edge with its more modern design for that era. But don't count out the Kuzma Afi. It's got some serious muscle too. I'd probably put my money on Lyra Shai in the Curtis Craft to edge out ahead. But honestly, it's going to be a close race with these two classics. Let's see who can turn back the clock the fastest. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Autosport Speedway Oval. Leading the pack is Sputnik NZ in a classic 1957 Curtis Craft 500B, starting on pole that. Let's see if that vintage charm can hold the lead. Sputnik NZ has shot off into the lead. Pippi Langström is holding second place, and Your Instinct is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. Zotsfired is climbing up to 5th place. Zotsfired and Amy are nose to nose for 4th. New Rule for Life and Zotsfired are also locked in a close fight for 5th. Balsamic Vint 183 is on a roll, climbing from way back to 3rd place. Senor Flipflop on 12020 is also making moves, jumping 3 spots to 5th. Zotsfired and Move for Life are nose to nose for 6th place. Looks like a battle to the finish. Budad Zero is on a roll, climbing to 7th place. Valiant Thief is also making moves up to 10th. And Maya is closing in, now in 11th after overtaking 3 cars. Maya is now 9th place, climbing 2 spots. Zirarelia and Maya are nose to tail for 9th. Wrestling 567 has advanced to 14th place, inching forward. Lightning Thief and Cirarelia are nose to nose for 10th place. Wrestling 567 just sneaked up 1 spot to 13. Wrestling 567 and Lisashabi are locked in a close fight for 12. Ashta Tuhove is closing in on HP Lootcraft, cutting the gap by 6 seconds. Bazamig Vintwa, 183, is storming towards H2 Hova, closing nearly 15 seconds. Budadziror just moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. The battle for 5th is heating up between Badazirer and Diva for Life Daki. Senor Flipflop Pony 12020 just climbed 1 spot to 3rd place. Looks like the battle for 3rd is heating up with Amy and Senor Flipflopone 12020 going head to head. Udatsaror is also on the move, climbing 1 spot to 5th. Senor Flipflopone 12020 is climbing to 2nd place. Sotsfired is gaining on Woo for Life, and the gap is shrinking fast. Sotsfired and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 6th. Scuderia Veloces is rapidly catching your instinct, closing the distance by 9.5 seconds. Senor Flip-Flopona 100 and 2020 is chipping away at Sputnik NZ, narrowing the gap by a little over 2 seconds. T-Bone has gained 1 position and is now in the 13th place. Senor Flip-Flopona 100 and 2020 is now in first place. Pippi Langstrom is closing the gap on Sputnik NZ, cutting it down by 1.46 seconds. Pippi and Sputnik are locked in a close fight for second place. Pippi Langstrom and Amy are nose to tail for third place. Lightning Thief and Lian Yoshin are locked in a close fight for 8th. Amy just made a move to third, but Pippi is not giving up that easily. Amy is almost on the rear bumper of Sputnik NZ. Looks like a move is imminent. Amy and Sputnik NZ are nose to tail for second place. The Lightning Thief has gained 1 position and is now in 8th place. The Lightning Thief and Zotsfired are battling hard for 7th. Zotsfired is really closing in on Move for Life now. Sputnik NZ and Amy are still nose to nose for second place. T-Bomb just made a nice move up to the 13th spot. Sputnik NZ is right behind Senor Flip-Flopona 100 and 2020 now, closing the gap by 3 seconds. They're in a fierce fight for the lead. HP Lootcraft just gained 1 spot and is now in 15th place. Ingle McCringleberry is on a tear, overtaking 15 cars to claim the lead. Senor Flip-Flopona 100 and 2020 is not giving up without a fight, battling closely for first place. Hudad Zuror is climbing steadily, moving up 1 spot to sit in 4th. Senor Flip-Flopona 100 and 2020 and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Zotsfired is closing the gap on New View for Life by over 1.5 seconds. Lightning Thief and Zotsfired are battling for 7th place, with little room to breathe. Senor Flip-Flopona 100 and 2020 is now in first place. Amy has climbed to 2nd. Hudad Zuror is in 3rd. The race is heating up. Zotsfired just overtook someone to climb to 6th place. The Lightning Thief and Zotsfired are nose to tail for 6th. Zerurelia is chipping away at the Lightning Thief's lead, closing in by 1 second. Congratulations, Senor Flip-Flopona 100 and 2020. Looks like all that practice paid off. Enjoy the victory lap. Congratulations to Senor Flip Flopone, 120 on winning the race. That was an impressive display of skill, even if it was all driven by AI. Well-deserved victory. And a big shout out to Lane Yoshin for winning the bet race. You've earned yourself a 1952 Cosma Offie, a classic IndyCar that's sure to make your collection stand out. Great job! For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability. Altamont Raceway Park has some tight corners and quick chicanes, so a car that can hug the curves without losing control is key. Speed is important, but if the car can't stick to the track, all that power is just going to go to waste. A balanced setup with good grip and precision would be my top priority here. Alright, so we've got Leon Yashin in a Honda IndyCar and Hikori Hamsam in a Chevrolet IndyCar, both from 2018. It's like a classic rivalries, but with AI drivers and high-tech racetracks. The Honda versus Chevrolet debate is always fun. But in this case, I'd say it might come down more to how the AI handles the cars rather than the models themselves. If I had to place a bet, I'd probably lean towards Leanne and the Honda just because Honda has a reputation for being a tad more agile in racing scenarios. But hey, racing is unpredictable, and sometimes the car that's supposed to win ends up eating dust. Let's watch and see whose AI takes the checkered flag first. My money's on the Honda, but don't quote me on that. Alright folks, Gary Seventon is on pole in the 2018 Honda IndyCar, so let's see if he can hold on to that lead at Altamont Raceway Park. The race just kicked off, and it's already looking intense. Gary Seventon has shot off the line to lead the race. Right behind him, Scuderia Veloce is holding strong in second. Tube on it DTV is hanging in there in third, but expect some fireworks soon. Pippi Langstrom just overtook someone to move into 7th place. Hikori Hamsam and I are nose to tail for 8th. Lian Yashin and Hikori Hamsam are also fighting hard for 9th. The race is heating up. Wife1 is climbing to 3rd place. Pippi Langstrom and Lou for Life are neck and neck for 6th. Hikori Hamsam is advancing to 8th. Strutting Jarl and Tug on It TTV are nose to tail for 4th place. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 6th. Amy has advanced to 15th. Amy and Isa locked in a close fight for 14th. Strutting Jarl is now in 4th place after that move. Tug on It DTV and Strutting Jarl are nose to nose for that spot. Lian Yashin is climbing up to 9th place. Jordan F and Naya are nose to tail for 10th place. Storyforge just snuck into 11th, pushing up 1 spot. Amy and Ice are locked in a close fight for 14th. Gonnet DTV and Strutting Jarl are nose to tail for 4th place. Hippie Langstrom and Tugonnet TTV are locked in a fierce fight for 5th. Hikori Hamzam and Youthful Life are battling it out for 7th. Tugonnet DTV is now in 4th place. Tugonnet DTV and Wei Fuan are nose to nose for 3rd. Hikori Hamzam is climbing up to 7th. Tugonnet DTV and Wei Fuan are nose to nose for 3rd place. Hikori Hamzam just nudged up to 6th, leaving Pippi Langstrom to fight for 7th. Wow. Gary 17 really outdid everyone there. Congrats on the win! Looks like all that virtual racing skill paid off. Well deserved. Wow! Gary 17 took the checkered flag? Looks like someone was born to win. Congrats on the victory. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Autodrome most has a mix of tight turns and fast chicanes, so a car that can stick to the track and navigate through the curves effortlessly would have the upper hand. Speed on the straights is important too, but without good grip and agility, you might lose precious seconds in the corners. So, a balanced setup, emphasizing agility and stability, would be ideal for dominating this race. Alright, this is a classic showdown. The Plymouth Roadrunner is known for its raw power and muscle car attitude. It's like the brash, loud friend in the group who always steals the spotlight. The Mercury Cyclone, on the other hand, has a slightly sleeker design, but also packs a punch, especially for its aerodynamics. Between these two, I'd give a slight edge to the Roadrunner because of its reputation for straight-line speed and muscle. But hey, the Cyclone isn't exactly a slouch, and a well-driven Mercury might just surprise us. So, if I had to bet, I'd lean towards the Beef Sliders and the Roadrunner. But don't be too shocked if the Sputnik NZ's Mercury pulls off an upset. It's all about the execution and the II's driving style here. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Autodrome Most. And leading the pack is Kinchu 22 in a legendary 1971 Mercury Cycle. Looks like he's got the early lead, but with this track, anything can happen. Stay tuned. Maya is holding steady in the top 5, not making any dramatic moves yet. Amy is now in 10th place after that impressive overtaking spree. Pippi Langstrom is dropping like a stone now in 20th. Lian Yashin has also lost ground, now in 22nd. The race is heating up behind the leaders. Gyroscope is on the move, climbing to 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Beef Sliders is storming through, moving up 5 spots to 9th. Its Aurora is also making progress, overtaking 3 cars to reach 13th. Beef Slidus is climbing up to 8th place. Imus Gordon and Kyroscope are nose-to-nose for 9th. Its Serrara is inching into 12th. Official Class Alive is driving a Plymouth Roadrunner. They're currently in 8th place and seem to be holding steady, but no real moves yet. Lockjaw 7 is in a Plymouth Roadrunner and currently in 5th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders yet. Sasatura is in the 18th spot with a Plymouth Roadrunner. Looks like a steady climb, but still a long way to go. Kyroscope just moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Its Serrora is also climbing up 1 spot to reach 11th. Official Class Alive is climbing up to 5th place. Lockjaw 7 and Official Class Alive are neck and neck for 5th. Beans Streams and Lockjaw 7 are fighting for 6th. Beef Sliders is climbing up to 7th place. Imus Gordon and Kyroscope are nose-to-nose for 9th. Sputnik NZ and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 14th. Imus Gordon is climbing to 8th place. New for Life is now in 12th. Pippi Langstrumpf is inching into 15th. The NASCAR 1970 cars are holding a tight pack at most, but the track's tight corners seem to favor the Plymouths and Chargers over the Mercury and AMC. Car handling and agility might be the key here. Lockjaw 7 and Official Class Alive are nose to tail for 5th place. New for Life just climbed 1 spot to 12. Cheryl Needs Roses and New for Life are fighting hard for 12. Kyroscope is currently in 6th place, driving a Plymouth Roadrunner. Their fastest lap is not recorded, so they might be holding steady but not pushing for quick times. The race looks tight with lots of cars close behind. Official Class Alive is climbing to 4th place. Buckyboard and Official Class Alive are nose-to-nose for that spot. Imus Gordon is advancing to 8th place. Leanne Yashin is driving a 1972 Ford Torino, which is a bit of a departure from the rest of the pack. She's currently in the 18th place, just ahead of the last few cars. Looks like she's trying to find her rhythm but still has some ground to make up. Kyroscope is climbing up to 8th place. Ingo Nick Kringleberry is also moving up, now in 19th. Beef Sliders is holding a decent gap over Sputnik NZ, but with 1 lap to go anything can happen. Sputnik's faster lap suggests he's closing in. Kyroscope and Beef Sliders are neck and neck for 7th place. Pippi Langstrumpf just gained 1 spot and is now 16th. Pippi Langstrumpf and Cheryl Mizerosis are fighting for 15th. Sasatura just climbed one spot to 16. Sasatura and Cherome Xeroses are nose to nose for 15. Kyroscope is climbing up to 7th place. Beef Sliders and Kyroscope are nose to tail for 7th. Pippi Langstrumpf is pushing forward to 16th. Imus Gordon and Beef Sliders are nose to tail for 8th place. Amy is climbing to 12. Pippi Langstrumpf is advancing to 15. Imus Gordon is climbing nicely into 8th place. Now for Life is making a move into 12th. Maya is pushing up to 19th. Looks like everyone's on the move today. Sasatura is climbing up to 17th place. Jarek Plate is sneaking into 20th place. Its Sarar just overtook someone to move into 10th place. Bean Streams and its Sarar are nose to nose for 10th. Pippi Langstrumpf is closing in on Sputnik NZ, shrinking the gap by over a second. Wow, King22, you really outpaced everyone else. Looks like the crown fits perfectly. Wow, King22 really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations on taking the top spot in this AI car race. Guess all those practice laps really paid off. A fun fact about the 1971 Dodge Charger is that it's often remembered for its iconic design and muscle car status, but it also played a role in acting history. It famously appeared in the movie The Dukes of Hazzard as the General Lee, which has made it a pop culture legend even today. Its bold look and powerful engine made it a real head-turner back in the day and still do today. Oh wow, this is a classic showdown. The 1971 AMC Matador versus the 1971 Chevrolet Monte Carlo Guy. Both are iconic, but I have to say the Monte Carlo's got that smooth reputation for cruising, while the Matador tries to bring some unexpected flair. I'd probably lean toward the Chevrolet Monte Carlo winning this race, given its reputation for performance in that era. But honestly, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. It's like a game of strategy and pure chaos. Who do you think will take the checkered flag? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Nashville Superspeedway with Zotsfired leading the pack in his shiny 1971 Dodge Charger. He's got the pole position, so let's see if he can keep that lead, or if the others will catch up. Zotsfired takes an early lead, holding the top spot. Flaming Buddha is right behind in second place. Ablaase is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Ablaase just snatched the lead from Zotsfired. They are nose to nose for the top spot. Daisy Shines is charging up to 11th, closing in on Cobercle, who's holding on to 10th. Icar 77 is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 23rd. Lotusos is sneaking into 3rd place. Swell Placed V is inching up to 11th. Swell Placed V and Cobercle are nose to nose for 10th. Zotsfired is closing in on Ablaase fast, cutting the gap by over 8 seconds. Ablaase is gaining on Wayne Gretzky, shaving off almost 3 seconds. Flaming Buddha just moved up 1 spot to take 3rd place, so the race is heating up. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Bubba T quickly, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Maldox FCF has climbed 1 spot to take 5th place. Cap Holster and GM Prime are locked in a tight battle for 7th place. Singoshi and Cap Holster are nose to tail for 8th place. Swell Placed V and Cobercle are locked in a close fight for 11th. Betsmar is making moves and has climbed up to 16th. Maddox VCF and Lotusos are nose to nose for 4th place. GM Prime and Wolfolai are also locked in a close fight for 6th. Swell Placed G just gained a spot, now sitting in 11th. Betsmar and Amy are nose to tail for 14th place. Rex and Sarah has gained 1 position and is now in 17th. Rex and Sarah and Cherogamiza are also battling for 16th. Looks like a tight squeeze there. Singoshi is climbing up to 8th place. Betsmar is now in 14th. Rex and Sarah has moved into 16th. Cap Holster is climbing up to 8th place. Scuderia Veloce has moved up to 19th. Schmerz and Live and Scuderia Veloce are nose to nose for the 19th spot. Maya is closing in on the pack. Amy and Betsmar are still neck and neck for 14th place. Scuderia Veloce just nudged up to 18th. The fight between Scuderia Veloce and Perogamerzak for 17th is heating up. Rex and Sarah is climbing up to 15th place. Scuderia Veloce is also moving up to 17th. EE, Car 77, and Lien Yoshin are locked in a close fight for 21st. Bubote just moved up 1 spot to 24th place. Bubote and Shattered Pixel are nose to nose for 23rd. Meanwhile, Hippie Langstrom and Bubote are still locked in a close fight for 24th. Lisa Hibi and Piero Gamarza are nose-to-nose for the 18th spot. Schmerz and Livan Izashibi are also close for 19th. Nox Exodus is climbing up to 29th place. Lisa Shibi advances one spot to take 18th place. Maya also moves up one spot to 26th. Hingle, McCringleberry and Maya are locked in a close fight for 26th. Wow, Abla has really pulled off the win. Guess they're the new speed king on the track. Congratulations to Eblis for winning the race! Well done. You really took the lead and kept it. Now, as for the lucky drivers who can claim a car, new for life, you won the bet race, so you get to take home the 1971 AMC Matador from NASCAR 1970. Enjoy that classic. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Hidden Valley Raceway has those tight turns and quick chicanes where a car that can navigate smoothly without losing too much speed makes all the difference. Power is nice, but if your car can't stick to the racing line and turn sharply, you're probably not going to get the best lap times. It's all about finesse here, making sure the car responds well during those sharp maneuvers. Alright folks, the clock is ticking. Make your picks before the time runs out or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI throws at you. Get those selections in now. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. Both cars from the same era, so it's all about driver skill and the quirks of each machine. The March 751 is known for its sharp handling and agility, while the Brabham BT44B has a reputation for being a bit more stable, but maybe less nimble. If I had to guess, I'd say Amy in the March might have a slight edge in this race, especially on a track with plenty of quick turns. Taita 61's Brabham could give us a surprise if it manages to keep its cool and capitalize on any slip-ups. Alright, I'm placing my bets. This is going to be a fun one to watch. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Hidden Valley Raceway. Leading the pack is the NW For Life, sitting on pole in a classic 1975 Brabham BT44B. Let's see if they can hold onto that lead, or if the competition will catch up. The race kicks off with New For Life taking the lead, followed closely by Amy in second and Taita 61 holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. E61 and Amy are nose to tail for second place. The Critica Leg is climbing fast, now in fourth. Kufo and the Critica Leg are locked in a close fight for fifth. Lian Yashin is climbing to 9th place. Scuderia Veloce is advancing to 12th place. Lotusos and Scuderia Veloce are locked in a close fight for 12th. Hellskank's car is a BRMP 201, a classic from the mid-70s. Their race seems to be a struggle, currently in 15th place and not making much progress. Lian Yashin is driving a Ferrari 312, a classic that's known for its sharp handling. She's currently in 10th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. TD61 is climbing up to 2nd place. Scuderia Veloce is making a move to 10th. Keep an eye on those shifts. Lotusos is driving a Brabham B T44B, same as the leader. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves yet. The track's tight corners seem to be favoring consistent drivers, but overtakes are tricky, so positions are mostly stable for now. Lian Yashin is driving a Ferrari 312, starting from 12th place. She's currently in 10th, so she's gained a couple of positions but still has some work to do. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a Hill GH1. They are currently in 5th place, with a fastest lap, just over 1:8. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. The track's tight corners seem to favor the faster lap times of the top contenders, but the narrow sections are causing some overtaking chaos. The track's tight corners seem to favor the faster lap times for the front runners, but the longer straights could shake things up with overtakes. Hellskank's car is a BRMP 201, which is struggling with the latest lap time and is in 15th place. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Rondon 69 just overtook Hingle McCringleberry to take 7th place. They are now nose to nose in that tight battle for 7th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 7th place. Lotusos is also moving up to 12th. Mighty Chunk and Lotusos are nose to tail for 12th. Pippi Langstrom just overtook someone and is now in 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry is also climbing up to 6th. Looks like they're both on the move. Rondon 69 and Cuevo are neck and neck for 7th place. Wrestling 567 just gained a spot to move into 13th. Mighty Chunk and Wrestling 567 are battling hard for the 13th spot now. Hingle McCringleberry and Pippi Langstrom are nose to nose for 5th place. Rondon 69 just slipped into 7th, climbing 1 spot. Scuderia Veloce and Cuofo are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. The track's tight corners seem to favor the faster lap times of the top contenders, but the narrow sections are causing some overtaking struggles for the midfielders. Wow, congratulations to Nubwoo for Life on winning the race. Looks like they really took the checkered flag with style. Great job. And a special shout out to New for Life for setting the fastest lap. They earned themselves a 1975 Brabham BT 44B, which is quite the classic. That's some serious racing cred. Meanwhile, Scuderia Veloce to do the most overtakes, earning a 1975 Fittipaldi FD03. Nice work on the aggressive driving. Looks like both drivers are claiming some pretty sweet vintage rides today. Alright everyone, you better make your pick quick, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decides. Feel free to shout out your choice before the clock runs out, or risk ending up with a car that's about as exciting as a traffic jam. The countdown is on, so get those selections in. Wow, what a clash of the vintage giants. The Lancia LC1 is a classic with a lot of charm, but the Ford C100 has a reputation for being quite the agile beast. Given the layout of Autodromo di Franciacorta, with its mix of tight corners and fast straights, my gut says the Ford C100 might have the edge here. That car's a bit more nimble, which should help it navigate the twists and turns better. But hey, never underestimate the power of an iconic vintage race between two legends. It's going to be a close one, but I'd put my chips on the Ford. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Autodromo di Franciacorta with Lian Yoshin on pole in a classic 1982 Lancia LC1. Can this vintage beauty hold off the modern rivals? Stay tuned to find out. Lian Yeshin has taken an early lead, followed closely by Diafiz in second place. Yaichi Swin 33 is currently holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle right from the start. Spear Like Hail is on a tier, overtaking 13 cars to take the lead. Tokido Kibre is climbing fast, moving up 3 spots to 16. Lian Yeshin and Spear-like Hill are nose-to-nose for the top spot. Lian Yashin is now in first place. Die Fitzherz has moved up to second. J.G. Swishman 33 is climbing to third. The top three are swapping positions like it's a game of musical chairs. Spear-like Hill is on a tier, climbing from way back to second place. Tokidoki Bre and Lux Ravenous are nose-to-nose for 15. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Nico Broadcast is on a roll, climbing 8 places to reach 14. Two Pizinda Podcast is not far behind, jumping 3 spots to 15. Famaka is having a rough time, dropping 8 positions to 20. Pizinda Podcast is climbing to 14th place. Tokidoki Bre is now in 15. Rumia Fizz 13 is up to 16. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. The track's tight corners and technical sections are favoring the early leaders, but there's room for surprises if someone can push the limits on the straights. Tokidoki Bre's Mercedes-Benz 190e Evo 2 is holding steady in 17th place. Looks like they're not making any dramatic moves but staying in the game. Lian Yashin is now in first place. Die Fitzherz has climbed to second. Yahi Swishman 33 is in third. The race is heating up. Everlasting Apex is now in 8th place, closing the gap with New for Life, who is just ahead. Looks like a tight squeeze coming up. Everlasting Apex and New for Life are still neck and neck for 8th place. Amy is closing the gap, now just 1.6 seconds behind. Everlasting Apex just overtook someone to climb into 7th place. Maya and Everlasting Apex are nose to tail for that spot. Meanwhile, New for Life and Maya are locked in a close duel for 8. Everlasting Apex is really pushing to catch Hingle Macringleberry, now just a second behind. They're battling hard for 6th place. Meanwhile, Amy and New for Life are also nose to tail for 9th. Things are heating up in the midfield. Hingle Macringleberry is making a bold move, overtaking 5 cars to take the lead. Lian Yashin and Hingle are now nose-to-nose for the top spot. New for Life is climbing up to 8th place, inching closer to the front. Lian Yashin and Hingle Macringleberry are neck and neck for the lead. Hippie Langstrom and J.G. Swishman 33 are trading paint for 4th place. 2 Ps and a Podcast and Lux Ravenous are fighting hard for the 13th spot. Congratulations to Lian Yashin on winning the race at Autodromo di Franciacorta. Looks like someone's got the need for speed. Well done. Wow, what a fantastic win for Lian Yashin. Congratulations on taking the top spot. Quite the impressive performance. Lian can now claim the 1982 Lancia C1, which is a true classic. And let's not forget New for Life, who showed some serious skill with the most overtakes. You guys are on fire! New for Life, you can now claim the 1984 Rondo M482. Great drive from both of you. Alright everyone. It looks like we need to give the stream a quick break for some maintenance. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes so you can see these AI cars battle it out again. Grab a snack, stretch those legs, and I'll see you very soon.